talk about enhancing our visibility by Dr. Fideli. And he said, we can enhance our visibility by taking advantage of technology. And he gave us some practical examples on how we can take advantage of technology, social media we have, for our visibility. In fact, beyond what we know before. And that was quite powerful. And we ended that session by a powerful presentation by Professor Emma. She called it soft skills, but Dr. Bragg called it essential skills. And that was awesome. Things that we need to have that can make us provide solutions to our day-to-day program. Today is also a powerful day, filled with a lot of topics that we'll discuss. We'll begin with a topic which will be led by Professor Bright, gender issue in research productivity and impact in Africa. We will dive into gender perspective in African research and development and how we can promote gender equality in African research. So please don't leave. Immediately after that session, we are going to launch the ASFI Scholar. This is an app that brings scholars in Africa together to harness them, for us to have grants, for us to be able to write papers, for us to be able to simulate ourselves together to see how we can find African problem solution. So you don't want to miss this. Just after that, we are going to go into our poster abstract presentation. And that was awesome. In fact, the ASFI Scholar will be the platform where that can be displayed. So you may want to stay around to ensure you have a good glance of what we have. Then we can now have a breakout session again. We now begin to do our bootcamp programs. One of the most important of it is our proposal development. I believe in this audience, we have PhD students or early research careers. You need to know how to write a good proposal. Winning grants in this particular session, that will be laid on the floor. And I bet you today will be great. So please stay with us, stick with us, so that at the end of today, we shall begin to count our blessing. Thank you so much and have a great day. Dr. Ajibola,
you have the floor. Thank you so much. Welcome, everyone. And thank you so much, Dr. Jerry, for that. So to bring to you some practical notes, just like we did yesterday, of course, we have some additions. And it's just to let everyone know that the conference starts at 8 a.m. GMT. So please convert these time zones to your own time zones. The conference also ends with the boot camp at 3:15 p.m. GMT. Then in between this, we have our lunch break, which is just for 30 minutes. That is between 12 p.m. and 12:30 p.m. So the lunch break is just within 30 minutes. And like we stated yesterday, the conference is always before lunch. So that means we have the conference between 8 a.m. and 12 p.m. GMT. And our boot camp is after the lunch, which is between 12:30 p.m. GMT to 3:15 p.m. GMT. And like we stated also that please ensure that you change your names and have your first and last names so that you are properly addressed when you need to speak up or during our various sections. And also we want to say a very big thank you for those who sent in their evaluations yesterday. It was really great. Thank you so much. Like we promised, it wasn't so long. I mean, it wasn't so long. I'm sure it was for less than 5 minutes. And so today, also after the, towards the end of today's section, we'll also be sending out the day 2 evaluation. So please help us fill this and help us make next year's conference better. And there will be certificate of participation for everyone that have registered for this conference. And they are in different categories for oral presenters, the poster presenters, and even those that are not presenting at all, but are participating in the conference. And also there will be prizes and awards, and these awards goes for the best oral and poster presentations in the first, second, and third categories. And there are mouth-watering awards, prizes that goes on with this award. And just like Dr. Jerry mentioned, during the bootcamp section today, where we'll be shared into various groups to work on different proposals, the best group giving out the best proposal will also be awarded a prize. That means everyone in that group will be awarded that same prize. And we also like that you introduce yourself using the chat box. Introduce yourself. One of the practical aim of the conference, and especially ASFI, is to allow people to interact, collaborate, and network. So please use the chat box to introduce yourself and meet other like-minded people. And also we want to enjoy you all to please, if you have any section that really motivates you or that you really see that is captivating, please, you can screenshot any of this section you like and post on social media with the hashtag ASFI 2003 conference. And this is so that at least a lot of people are more aware of this. And also by you posting those sections, I'm sure that a lot of people will also learn through those posts that you make. And if you have any question, please, you can put them on your chat box, and anyone anchoring any section can gather all these questions together. Or if you would prefer to raise your hand, with your electronic hands after the section, so please, you can ask a question. Everyone is free to ask their questions and to also make comments and add any contributions that you would love to add. And please remember, you are here to network, you are here to collaborate, you are here to connect, and you are here to learn. So thank you so much. Again, I'm wishing everyone a great conference. See you.
Over to you, Eunice. Eunice here.
Dr. Eunice, you need to unmute yourself. If you can hear me, you need to unmute yourself, Dr. Eunice.
Okay, thank you, everyone. I think I did.
Yes, great.
Yes, thank you, everyone. And welcome again on the second day of the
Dr. Eunice, will you want to, you can reduce the volume of the other device because you have two devices, so they are echoing. Reduce the other one, then you could.
Thank you. I'm talking on the General Assembly of ASFI. And first of all, we want to understand what the ASFI's vision is. ASFI is a Africa Science Frontier Initiative group, and the CEO is Professor Bright Nwaru, who nursed the vision, and so many people are following the great vision that he nursed. And ASFI's vision is to raise the next generation of African scientists with the right competencies to drive Africa's developmental and transformational agenda through innovative scientific research. So that is the ASFI's vision. And ASFI has what we call the General Assembly, where members who are registered are part of this assembly. The General Assembly is an assembly of African scholars who believe in the ASFI vision and have volunteered to come together to support the achievement of this vision. So these are the people who are the ASFI's General Assembly members. And what is the characteristic of this ASFI's General Assembly member? The African Science Frontier Initiative has a General Assembly, and its overarching goal is to provide members a platform to engage, to network, to collaborate, and for capacity building and for career development. If the General Assembly is a professional, the ASFI is a professional association like any other professional association. Yesterday, Prof. Bright insisted on the fact that it is a movement. It is a scientific movement geared towards upgrading African science and transforming Africa. Members who register for the General Assembly The registration is voluntary, and the members develop and run the activities of the General Assembly under the supervision of the ASFI management led by Prof. Bright and other members that we are presented to us yesterday. To become the ASFI General Assembly member, it is fees-based to join, and it runs annually from January to December. And I want to tell you that ASFI membership for 2024 is going to open this December. So rush and join. What is the structure of the General Assembly? The General Assembly has a leadership team. It has a junior and a senior assemblies. And what constitutes the General Assembly? The General Assembly is the supreme governing body of the ASFI membership, of those who are registered in the ASFI program. It is composed of all ASFI members. And every ASFI member is entitled to participate and speak in the General Assembly, to be voted and be voted into leadership roles. So they have many capacities as an ASFI member. And the General Assembly meets quarterly. So the next meeting will be on the 13th of December, 2023 at 5 p.m. GMT. If you want to be a member, register as December comes, and then be part of the this General Assembly, because we are going to reflect on our future prospects, and we are going to also present our milestones this 2023. So it will be good for you to join on time. Yeah. So the General Assembly leadership is made up of the President, Secretary General, the Vice President, Communication and Public Engagement, Vice President, Science and Education, Vice President, Conference Events, Vice President, Ethics and Protocols, Vice President, Membership Drive, ASFI Director of Science and Communication, Chair of the Senior Assembly, and Chair of the Junior Assembly. This is the Assembly leadership team. And it is based on election and is voted by registered ASFI members. And the tenure is 2 years. And we are the pioneer Assembly leadership team. And the current leadership runs from 2023 to 2024. Now, what is the senior and junior assembly? What are the senior and junior assemblies? The General Assembly is made up of the senior assembly and the junior assembly. And these assemblies have as aim capacity building, the development of careers, networking, mentoring, and collaboration. And each assembly develops its own programs and platform for maximum benefit of its members. It develops the rules of engagement, and criteria for membership is based on person's choice, consideration of career stage, and the leadership of the various assemblies is made up of a chair, a vice chair, and the ASFI Director of Science and Communication, who joins them in that leadership platform. Now, these are the leadership team for 2023, 2025 maiden edition. These are made up of the president, who is my humble self, Dr. Eunice Fonzo-Fombele from the University of Buea, Cameroon. We have the secretary, Mr. Abima Jean-Felix, Dr. Edna, who is the Assistant Secretary General, Dr. Vera, who is the Vice President Conference and Events, Dr. Uchechi, who is the Vice President Communication and Public Engagements, Dr. Nedel Vice President, Science and Education, Mr. Samuel Abonige, Vice President, Membership Drive, Mrs. Motonrayo, Vice President, Ethics and Protocol, Dr. Nwakoro Collins, Chair, Senior Assembly, Dr. Precious Okechukwu, Chair, Junior Assembly, Dr. Dumesane, Vice Chair, ASFI Senior Assemblies in Sub-Assemblies, and then Dr. Miriam Oyedia, Vice Chair, ASFI Junior Assembly. As you can see from this, the way the membership, the leaders' roles are selected, you can already see the type of activities that we do in ASFI. So that's why we have various vice presidents of different categories. And the main thing that we do is we are divided into various interest groups, and the interest groups are formed on the basis of research interests. And they are composed of senior and junior assembly members, and the mandate establish active research collaboration in areas of common interest, and we undertake activities that generate knowledge, that impact policy, and various evidence-based interventions towards Africa's development. Now, what are becoming a registered member of the African Frontier Science Initiative Group? What are the benefits? We have much mentorship between the junior and the senior assembly members. We have other associated members around the world. We have the first priority in all ASFI free training programs, and they are usually discounted. 50 to 100% discount are given to members in all ASFI courses. In ASFI annual assembly conferences and boot camp, in publications in the ASFI journal, and they have opportunity to participate in ASFI Research Excellence Award, to be active, have active participation in capacity building activities. Is so many of them that ASFI is offering to us in a platter of gold. We have ASFI research activities that run throughout the year. And the discount is different for those who don't have the PhD. They have $20 per year annually, and those who have the PhD upwards to any stage of research is $40. And as I already said, 2024 registration round starts 1st December 2023. Be the first to register. Statistically, we have over 175 total members, 84 men and 91 women fully registered members for the 2023 year, ASFI year. And statistically also, we have 65 junior assembly members and 31 senior assembly members. And all these members of the General Assembly of the ASFI 2023 year come from all over Africa. Some are from Kenya, some are from Tanzania, some are from Ghana, Zimbabwe, Rwanda, Nigeria, the Gambia, Cameroon, Botswana, Zambia, Uganda, Egypt, Sudan, Burkina Faso, Togo, and Gabon. That is how open ASFI is to all African countries and even Africans who are out of Cameroon, out of Africa.
That's the last one, Eunice.
Thank you very much, Prof. That is the General Assembly for you.
Sylvia, over to you.
Thank you very much, Professor Nwaru. Good morning, everyone. We are about to start our panel discussions for today on gender issues in research productivity and its impact in Africa, with the help of some incredible minds. Each of our panelists brings a unique perspective and wealth of experience to the table. Our first panelist is Dr. Bridget Bannerman. She received her PhD from the University of Cambridge, MSc from the University of Manchester, and BSc from the University of Port Harcourt. She's the Director of Studies and tutor, Lucy Cavendish College, University of Cambridge, United Kingdom. Dr. Bannerman's career has spanned the Medical Research Council, the Wellcome Trust Sanger Institute, Cambridge University, and hospitals, and working partnerships with several industrial partners, including PPD, Takeda, formerly Share Pharmaceuticals, Movitus Pharmaceuticals, a spin-off company from Johnson & Johnson, AbbVie Pharmaceuticals, Quintiles, Micron Research, and Pfizer. Dr. Bannerman is highly skilled in navigating diverse scientific, educational, socio-political, and cultural backgrounds to build on projects involving interactions with healthcare professionals, scientists, and stakeholders in both advanced and emerging markets to guide projects on drug discovery, antimicrobial resistance, and promote best practices in migrating the impacts of infectious diseases. In her recent role as a scientific lead and global project manager of a Pfizer-sponsored AMR project, Dr. Bannerman tapped on her extensive contacts in the UK and internationally, including engagements with key government regulatory authorities to support country-level assessments, guiding the participation of sites from low and middle-income countries, and providing technical expertise towards best practices in AMR surveillance. Dr. Bannerman has received several awards from the World Health Organization, the Special Program for Research and Training in Tropical Diseases, the Royal Society UK, and the Schlumberger Foundation Faculty for the Future for Drug Discovery Research on the Human African Trypanosomiasis and initiating a global collaborative initiative. She has also developed predictive models to support drug discovery initiatives towards infections caused by mycobacteria and SARS-CoV-2. She is the founder and research director of Science Resources Africa, facilitating STEM innovations in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics amongst the youth in sub-Saharan Africa. Next up, we have Professor Dorcas Obiri-Yeboah. Professor Dorcas Obiri-Yeboah is a professor of clinical microbiology in the Department of Microbiology and Immunology, School of Medical Sciences, University of Cape Coast, Ghana. Her main academic qualifications include a medical degree, a master's, and a PhD degree. In addition to these, she has had many additional trainings in the areas of infectious diseases, medical laboratory science, public health, and research from recognized national, regional, and international institutions and agencies. Professor Dorcas Obiri-Yeboah has extensive undergraduate and postgraduate teaching experience across various health disciplines, and has held many administrative positions in her academic career, including head of department, immediate past dean of the School of Nursing and Midwifery, and currently a deputy director for the Directorate of Research, Innovation and Consultancy, UCC, under the Vice Chancellor's Office. She is a clinician scientist whose research and clinical practice focus on infectious diseases using a multi and interdisciplinary approach. She has over 100 peer-reviewed publications in reputable journals and has contributed to many policy guideline documents nationally and globally. She is the winner of the Taylor and Francis Commonwealth Scholar Best Journal Article Prize 2020, among many other awards and scholarships over the years. She is a 2023 Global Visiting Professor at the Technical University of Munich, Germany. Professor Obiri-Yeboah is a member of the many national, regional, and international professional organizations and networks, including National Pediatric HIV Task Team, Ghana, West Africa Health Organization, Infectious Disease Research Network, International AIDS Society, IAS, Organization of Women in Science for the Developing World, OWSD, and currently the country ambassador for the International Papillomavirus Society. Professor Dorcas Obiri-Yeboah serves as a mentor for new faculty in her university and teaching hospital, a mentor for the International AIDS Society, Commonwealth Scholarship Commission, the Central and West Africa Implementation Science Alliance, and also the International Papillomavirus Society mentorship programs. Our third panelist is Dr. Karen Kloth. The research work of Dr. Karen Kloth is focused on the interdisciplinary and translational applications of biological material chemical fingerprinting with ion beam and synchrotron radiation technologies and the biological applications of nanosciences and nanotechnology. She is currently a senior scientist at the UNESCO UNISA Africa Chair in Nanosciences and Nanotechnology Laboratories at the University of South Africa and the Nanosciences African Network at the ITHEMBA Laboratory for Accelerator-Based Science, National Research Foundations, as well as a member of Nano Energy for Sustainable Development in Africa, where her work is guided by the Sustainable Development Goals. She has been the recipient of notable scholarships, grants, and awards, selected for international schools in France and Brazil, and as visiting scientist, visited and received training at international research centers of standing in Pakistan, National Center for Physics, Brazil, Brazilian Synchrotron Light Laboratory, Italy, Electra, Slovenia, Joseph Stefan Institute, and France, European Synchrotron Radiation Facility. She is a valued educator who has developed, convened, lectured, and examined courses supported by e-learning platforms in microbiology, microscopy, as well as science communication. She has organized, chaired, and presented workshops to registrars, clinical consultants, and medical scientists, as well as to early career science fellows and academicians. She has mentored and co-supervised national and international fellows from interdisciplinary fields and has also published interdisciplinary research papers in high-impact international journals. She has been invited, featured at, or presented her work in oral format at international academic and non-academic conferences of standing, and have also served as a session chair, panelist, and invited speaker. She has further served as a reviewer, editorial board member, and technical editor. She strongly believes in the power of science to effect positive change. And last but not the least is Professor Rose Ogu. Professor Rosemary Ogu is an alumnus of the College of Medical Sciences, University of Benin, where she shone like a star between 1991 to 1999, graduating with a distinction in medicine and surgery. She was as brilliant then as she is now. She went on to residency training in the obstetrics and gynecology department of the University of Port Harcourt Teaching Hospital between 2003 and 2008, bagging the fellowships of the West African College of Surgeons and the National Postgraduate Medical College within 1 month of each other. Of course, the University of Port Harcourt quickly snatched her up, appointing her as lecturer in 2009. Within 9 years of this appointment, she rose through the ranks through hard work and determination to become the second female professor of obstetrics and gynecology in her department, where she is now head of department. Her leadership has witnessed several innovations: a fund drive to facilitate improved service delivery and a WhatsApp group for pregnant women receiving antenatal care. This group, which has close to 1,000 women, is a platform for health education, counseling, and support for women, and they absolutely love it. Professor Ogu's profile is incomplete without extensive reference to Medical Women's Association of Nigeria, which she joined as a house officer in 1999. From the get-go, Professor Ogu fell in love with the association and the association fell in love with her. What is not to love? She has been one of the most active members of the Rivers State branch, serving as publicity secretary, president-elect, and president. Her drive is unparalleled and her can-do spirit is infectious. Professor Ogu fears no obstacles and never takes no for an answer. She envisions it, she achieves it. Impossible is nothing. At the national level and international levels, Professor Ogu has served in committees in Medical Women's Association of Nigeria and the Medical Women International Association. She has brought innovation, freshness, and excellence to bear on everything she has been tasked with. Above all, Professor Ogu is a warm, loving woman who sees the best in everyone. She has the temperament and disposition to work well with anyone with uncanny patience and passion. Professor Ogu is the current national president of the Medical Women's Association of Nigeria. Now, to guide us through these insightful discussions, we are privileged to have Professor Bright Nwaru. Bright Nwaru is an associate professor of respiratory epidemiology at the Institute of Medicine, University of Gothenburg, Sweden. After completing his PhD in epidemiology from Tampere University, Finland in 2012, and a year of postdoctoral posts at the same university, he moved to the University of Edinburgh, United Kingdom in 2014, where he worked in a research position until 2017, combining it with a research position at Tampere University. In 2017, he moved to the University of Gothenburg for a tenure track position, where he remains until today. His research includes various clinical and population epidemiologic investigations into respiratory diseases and allergy. His research work has resulted in over 180 original publications in leading respiratory
If it seems you're muted. Sylvia, you're muted. All right, Sylvia, you're muted. I think,
Okay,
yeah.
can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. If you can, Sylvia, you are muted again. You are muted, Sylvia. You are muted, Sylvia.
Okay, I
Do you hear me?
was on.
Do you hear me? Do you hear me?
Yes, I hear you now. I was
Okay,
unmuted.
so yeah, just to make a comment, I mentioned this when we started. Somebody who has a co-host right is touching some buttons, you're meeting everybody. So I said it earlier, if you have a co-host right, don't touch the button of meeting. I will do that from here because that can cause this kind of problems. So otherwise I will withdraw the co-host right from those who have it. We had similar issues yesterday. So if you have a co-host right, don't mute anyone, just maintain your own distance there. All right, Sylvia, we didn't hear a lot about what you were saying. You can go ahead.
All right, so I'll take the introduction of the anchor again. So to guide us through these insightful discussions, we are privileged to have Professor Bright Nwaru. Bright Nwaru is an associate professor of respiratory epidemiology at the Institute of Medicine, University of Gothenburg, Sweden. After completing his PhD in epidemiology from Tampere University, Finland, in 2012 and a year of postdoctoral posts at the same university, he moved to the University of Edinburgh, United Kingdom, in 2014, where he worked in a research position until 2017, combining it with a research position at Tampere University. In 2017, he moved to the University of Gothenburg for a tenure track position, where he remains until today. His research includes various clinical and population epidemiologic investigations into respiratory diseases and allergy. His research work has resulted in over 180 original publications in leading respiratory and allergy journals. He is a recipient of over $15 million in grants for his research during the last 10 years. He teaches doctoral courses in epidemiology and research methods in health and medicine. Dr. Nwaru is an adjunct professor of epidemiology at Tampere University and an honorary fellow at the University of Edinburgh, United Kingdom. He is an academic editor for PLOS ONE and Scientific Reports and an associate editor of Frontiers in Allergy. He's passionate about mentoring scientists of African origin, with which he founded the African Science Frontiers Initiatives, a research capacity building platform for African scientists. Together, this panel represents a wealth of knowledge and diverse perspectives. And without further ado, let's dive into this enriching discussion with our esteemed panelists and anchor. Thank you very much for your attention. Professor Nwaru, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sylvia, for the fantastic work. So I was commenting on the chat box, ladies and gentlemen, that we have women of timber and caliber. You can see the amount of time it took to read summary. I told them to provide 300 words. What if they have given everything they have done? So ladies and gentlemen, I think this morning we are looking forward to very important discussions. So I welcome you all, our panelists, starting from Professor Dorcas Obriyeboah, joining us from Ghana. I have Dr. Bridget Bannerman joining us from the United Kingdom. I have Professor Mary Ogu joining us from Nigeria, and Dr. Karen Claude from South Africa. I would like to have the videos of the panel members. I hope I can see a few of them, not every one of them. Yes. Where is Professor Ogu? All right, she's here. Okay, great. I hope audience, you're ready. We will go through this. We'll have over close to 2 hours really. And so we do it in a very relaxed way and try to get the issues on board. So we have muted everyone because if the nerves get so hot, nobody intrudes into our discussion. There'll be time for the audience. So just calm yourself down. When we discuss this issue, there will be time for the audience to give their own input. So I will call you to that. Okay, are you all ready? Dr. Bannerman, you're ready? All right. Professor Obiriyebo, you're ready? Professor Ogu, you're ready? Good. And Dr. Karen Cloth, you're ready? All right. Okay, I will start like this. Let me start with, I will just interchanging between my slide and the pictures. So I will go around, just take a minute or a few seconds to look at this. I have some things here: gender inequality, gender equality, gender gap, gender injustice, gender favoritism, and one I forgot I didn't put here was gender balance. Which one is it? Is it particular one? Is it all of them? Or which one are we talking about really? So let me go around and ask Dr. Bannerman.
Yes.
Yes, which one of this is the issue?
Do you mind putting back that slide? Okay.
Yes.
I think I would take gender inequality.
Gender inequality.
That's the main one, yes.
Okay.
We can go through every single topic you have listed here is saying something. Every single one. So
we know the same thing?
Yeah, in and about, you look at it from different perspectives. We are saying the same thing. Yeah.
All right. Prof. Ogu, which one is it?
I think we're talking about gender equality today. We're looking at it from the aspect of research. I also agree with Prof that we can look at all of them and get the same thing from all of them, in the sense that we're talking about gender imbalance, gender balance, gender inequality, gender equality, gender favoritism. But today, when we're talking relating to research, I believe we want to look at the equality. Thank you.
All right. Dr. Karen Cloth, which one is it?
Yeah, so thank you very much for the opportunity to speak here. I'm very happy to be here. And I think I agree with my colleagues that all of this kind of overlaps. Gender inequality, it's interlinked with gender injustice, favoritism, also gender diversity. So all of these things basically interlink with one another. But I think the most important one here is the inequality and almost the injustice as well as the gender gap. There's a huge gender gap as well. So thank you.
All right, thank you. And finally, Professor Dorcas, which one is it for you?
All of it.
All of it.
And good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to be here. I think this topic is so important that I don't see anything here that is not part of it. You can take the issue from the gap, the equality issues, gender injustice. So I think this is one that if you ask all our colleagues, as you've heard, everyone will agree that they are linked and they all contribute in the end to the gender dimensions of what we are talking about, whether we put it in research or in any other context.
All right. Okay, I just want to mute. I will come back. I will mute everyone because I see some audience unmuted. So those who are speaking, I will ask you to unmute now so that it's only you I can hear. All right. Okay. Now, let me go back to my slide again. Okay, let me go around again. I'll start with you, Professor Obriyebua. Which one is it here again?
So let me see, equal pay, equal career rewards, equal promotion, role exchange, equal opportunities. Again, it is all of it. Depending on where you work, the context of the political economic system and all of that around employment, one or the other may be an issue for you specifically than in another country or another context in Africa. But at the end of it, it all comes back to talking about equal opportunities. So you may be in a setting, for example, in Ghana, if you are, your level determines your pay. So whether you're a male or female, the salary doesn't change. The amount you receive will be the same at that level. But of course, does that mean that the opportunities are equal?
Well,
that is a different discussion.
Just keep it. I know you're on the speed lane now. Just I will come back. Okay, let me go to Dr. Karen Claude. Which one is it here?
I think everyone is important here, but it also depends very much on your institution, your country, your setting. But everyone here is very important. Thank you.
All right. Yes, Prof. Ogu.
Which one is it?
Yes.
Equal opportunities, equal pay. It's not equal, really. There is disparity between gender. And for Africa to succeed, we must overcome these disparities. When you look at pay,
Prof, don't go into detail. No, just tell me which one is here. I will come back. I know I told you, that's why I muted the audience so that people will not join. Okay, so everything here is for you.
Everything here is it.
That's right. Okay, let me just mention the audience. You can also contribute if it's everything for you. If there is a highlight, an area, just use the chat box to indicate. All right, let me go finally to Dr. Bannerman. Which one is it?
Yes, I agree with my colleagues that all of them are important. I will particularly highlight equal pay because your pay determines the level you are within an organization and also how you are assessed in promotion and the opportunities and how you are valued in the organization.
All right. Okay. We are all Africans. So I will ask the question, and the question I will ask, let me stop my screen. I want you to answer yes or no. Don't go into detail because I'm taking you step by step. Okay? Don't be in a hurry. We have almost 2 hours. All right. So my first question here is, does Africa have gender issues in science and science productivity? Dr. Bannerman.
Yes.
All right. Professor Obriyebua.
Absolutely yes.
Absolutely yes. Okay. Dr. Karen Claude.
Definitely yes.
Definitely yes. And finally, Professor Go.
Absolutely yes.
Okay. Now let me go back to my slide. So what is the problem really? How does it manifest? What are indicators that we use to see this issue you say is a problem in science and science productivity? Let me start with you, Professor Ogu. So we start getting into some aspects.
All right. So when you look at science and the ability to contribute, let me come from my perspective as a women's advocate, as an obstetrician gynecologist. We look after women. Women need to be healthy in order to be able to produce, in order to be able to do things. If you're not healthy, you cannot deliver. If you're not healthy, you can't do research. You can't be part of research. If you're not healthy, you cannot be in this conference listening. If you're not healthy, you can't be part of teams. You can't collaborate to say you want to do research. Now, access to health is definitely different for gender. The woman is in hospital to receive care and is unable to receive care because she says she hasn't been given the permission to receive care. She's at home, she needs to be in hospital, but she doesn't leave her house because she says, oh, he has not allowed me to go to the hospital. He hasn't given me the money to pay for services that I would receive in the hospital. Even when she's able to pay, some women will still not accept service because he hasn't given them the opportunity, the permission to do so. So you find that disparity even among women who are learned, even among well-educated women. They come and tell you, doctor, let me discuss with my husband first. Let me tell my husband first. You never find that with the men. Yes, I'm an obstetrician, I look after women, but sometimes in infertility, we have male clients who come in and we talk with them. Never have I heard a man say, oh, let me go and tell my wife first. So you can see that there is disparity among gender for accessing healthcare. And so if your health is not optimum, how can you even start talking about research?
All right, okay. Prof is looking at it from the aspect of the health, importance of health. All right, Professor Obriyabua, what is the problem?
So it has many faces. I will take one face. So if we look at it from the point of education, opportunity for higher education, you will notice that, yes, over the recent years, the number of women, females that are able to start at the first degree level in science and research related fields is improving. That is not bad. Just go beyond that first degree and begin to compare the numbers again, and you see that the females drop out of it. And so if we are looking at this in the context of research and its related productivity, the women do not even get to that level where research and its related activities become part of their career path and they give it a focus. So the number dwindles at that point. So opportunity for higher education, learning beyond the first degree level is one issue that is causing what we see as inequalities as far as productivity in research for related to gender is concerned. So that is one area that we will need to tackle.
All right, that is a very fantastic area. I want to dig deeper with you. I didn't want to do this, but you have raised an important issue. So what you have mentioned now, is the problem the women's problem, not wanting to do it? Or is it a systems problem? Or what is the problem that they don't go far where at least they begin to have productivity in research?
Thank you. So there is one publication I just saw this morning that I felt really touched on the issue in a way that is very interesting. Of course, it takes that question from the institutional related factors, individual related factors, and then research capacity related factors. So, for example, if you ask, is it the woman's problem? No, it is not the woman who does not want to necessarily proceed to do a master's or a PhD. But don't forget that when that woman finished the first degree, the societal expectation is that she should get married, she should have children. And so immediately there is some different priority given to her. That would mean that she has to take effort to concentrate on that, so to speak. So in that paper, when it talked about the individual factors, it highlights the societal rules clearly as one aspect why these women may not or even if they will, there will be a gap. And you just have to take the classes we all went to and the males we were with. And in terms of a few years down the line, who had done some specialist training, and when did the woman begin to catch up is a fact. So that aspect is there. The institutional level aspect relates to the fact that if that woman, like I did, wanted to have a child and at the same time do their masters, does the institution have facilities and things in place that make that possible? I was fortunate to be able to do that in a setting that had things that would support me to carry a baby and still be able to do that.
It's okay. I will come back to your story. I want to dig deeper into that, but you have raised a fantastic issue. I think we'll come back to some of these things, and I would also like to touch later on the woman's aspect. We have the societal expectations, but you mentioned individual contribution. All right, let me come to you, Dr. Claude. What is the problem for you?
So thank you for that very important question. So there's many different factors that contribute to women producing less in science. If you look, as our colleagues already mentioned, if you look at the social and kind of cultural environment, the home environment, women are expected to cook, be at home, take care of the family. And then if you move into your institutional environment, you have biases, you have obviously discrimination, and you have a negative attitude towards women in STEM. Some women may even have a type of imposter syndrome that I don't really fit here because this is a man's world. So these can all affect productivity. Also low self-esteem. Then also other factors might include, as I already mentioned, women they have a lot of family responsibilities. They have to cook, they have to take care of children. Sometimes in the workplace, women are even perceived as less competitive. Qualifications of women are also sometimes compared to men. There's a lack of commitment because one is tired, you have all of these other responsibilities to take care of. And then there's also this kind of guilt. I know some of my friends, when they have children, they feel this guilt because they feel they cannot commit to their science, they cannot publish, it's difficult to travel, they have fewer collaborations that lead to publications and stuff. Also, men are, it also depends on the type of setting. Sometimes we can be favored in the workplace. Opportunities also, there need to be more opportunities for women, and also very important, flexible working conditions so that women can dedicate, time to the family life and also their career. So there's many different factors also. Working conditions plays a role. Sometimes a certain position can be challenging for a woman, juggling all of these different hats a woman must wear. Often they feel they often need to prove themselves. Sometimes the work environment is very stressful, and this leads to health issues, like our colleague already mentioned. That when you are sick, it's difficult to deliver. And the science environment, a lot of pressure, you have to publish, you have to travel, you have to do a lot of things. So women in general deal with many more obstacles than men. Also, a lot of different things. Work environment, cultural,
Thank you. I'll come back to more details. All right, finally to you, Dr. Bannerman, what is it for you?
Yes, thank you again for this opportunity. I will continue from what my colleagues have mentioned in terms of the access to education. And yes, from the first degree, yes, there's a problem in continuing and maintaining that path, but the girl child, as immediately the girl child is born, and you want to start your education journey from as little as a child, you begin to face problems. There are barriers from the onset. I remember particularly when my family had to move country at one point, and I ended up in a school where there was no secondary school, where there was no further maths at all, because it was a girls' school. And I was very zealous in the way I approached my academics, and I had finished my maths curriculum for GCSE O-level, and I was so cross with the maths teacher. And I said, I want more maths. What else do you have to teach me? And I caused a lot of problems for him because I have finished the syllabus and everything. And so I was really cross at the age of 15, 16. I was very cross. And I'm giving it as a personal experience because I see that my teenage brain knew that I would need it in my adult years. Today, I design algorithms and I have to get mathematicians involved, which if I had had that foundation, it wouldn't have happened today. So the barriers happen from the onset for the girl child, and that's access to education. So the income, education, place of residence, they all play a part. And then when you come to work-life balance, that's another area. At the workplace, women have to give up a lot of the time past opportunities. I know, you would say, oh, I am in a, well, good place, so to speak, now, but I know how many opportunities I gave up over and over and over again. And there are many women out there who do the same thing. We cannot just up and leave most of the time, especially with family, but men are able to do that more easily than women. Having said that, I will say give very big kudos to men out there. Some men have done this. I know when I was growing up, my father did it several times as well, because I grew up with a single dad. But women, generally, women are doing this over and over again, and that's really places a restriction on on their growth and the career journey. Yeah, so I will round up there.
All right, thank you. Okay, when I was setting up this panel discussion, and for the audience, all our panelists are friends of the house. They have been supporting ASFI in many ways. So this is not their first time coming if you have been following us for long. So we really appreciate every time we call on them, they come because they believe in what we are doing. So as I was setting it up, I reached out to you because you have experiences you can share. And then somebody wrote me and said, the panelists, why only women? Is that not the evidence of what we are talking about? Let me start with you, Dr. Barnum. When you saw only women on the panelists, we're talking about gender issues. How did you feel?
I was happy.
Okay.
I was happy because our voices needed to be heard. It's almost like talking about race, okay, and the issues the Black people are facing, and you need to have the Black people represented in the discussion very well. And the same way we're talking about gender issues, the main area, the gaps we have are affecting women more.
All right. Okay. Dr. Karin Cloth, how did you feel seeing only women facing the panel?
Well, I'm happy to have all women, but I think many of the issues women are facing, the current criteria or policies or whatever you might call them to address the challenges women are experiencing are mostly aligned with the female view. But to change actually behavior and because ideally in institutional setting, if you want to change a policy and behaviors towards women, one needs to change the perception, the thinking. And for that, men need to understand the woman's perspective. So women need to tell more their stories, the challenges they face, so that men can listen and understand that. As I said, I'm happy there's all women, but for me, gender equality between men and women is very important. The man, if he understands the challenges the woman experience, they can also help support. But sometimes there's a lack of understanding of that, because there's sometimes cultural barriers. Over centuries, women have been expected to do a certain kind of job in the house. But if there's more conversation, more understanding. Thank you.
So you are happy. Okay, men, Dr. Karen is encouraging you, sit down and listen. Because I've seen a man writing, does gender issues only affect women? Well, our panelists, I'll pose that question to them at the right time, but today they want you to sit and listen, the women's perspective. All right, to you, Professor Dorcas Obrigyobo, how did you feel seeing only the faces of women on this panel?
Yeah, so exactly what was just said. I felt that we needed to highlight the reality. So I don't think there is anyone here who would want to pretend that when we talk about these gender issues and the impact on research productivity, women are not the ones mainly affected. I think everybody has that basic knowledge. That is what I assume by the time we are at this level to attend this. So what I expect is that what would help a man in whatever capacity, as a husband, as a brother, as an institutional head, to really tackle or help to tackle this. To do that, he needs to really appreciate the issue. So I was very happy that it is the women, it is not a debate we are having. It is going into the realities, and hopefully when they really listen, they can think through their home, their family, their institution, and say, what can I do for my women?
Great. And finally, Prof. Ogu, how did you feel?
Yes, when I saw the all-female panel, I felt a bit uneasy because we're talking gender parity. Whatever you do for the woman, do for the man also. We're also talking about bringing up our boys to know how to behave. But when I looked at the topic, I didn't see the relevance of having a male in the panel, because we're talking about gender inequality, gender equality, and we're sharing experiences, what we have seen, what we observe every day. There is no man who would be on this panel and give that kind of experience. He hasn't seen it, he doesn't understand it, he doesn't know it. So having a man on this panel would have been an aberration. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So, men, it means that I didn't make a mistake in the first place. that is settled. So, all right, so kudos to me. Now we have looked at, we are focused on Africa, but some of the things you pointed out, I want to come back to you, Professor Obrigyobo. Is this an African problem or is it a global problem?
Thank you very much. So the problem is global and worse in Africa. So if you look at all publications talking about research productivity globally, you will be told that for the past, from 2010 to now, research papers, articles globally have increased. One article puts it from 2.31% in 2010 to 3.24% by 2016 and increasing. And it said even increasing, but marginally across Africa. This is putting it all together without a gender lens per se. So there is generally an issue of less productivity in Africa. And then once you give it the gender dimension, you begin to see the problem that the female contribution is far, far less across all these continents, but of course worse when you take it in Africa. Just to give you one statistic, one paper mentioned the fact that even if you look at just numbers of researchers, if you look at it by 2018 from UNESCO statistics, we had 1,000 researchers per million population in comparing Europe and US, North America. If you look at the same 1,000 per million population in Africa, but 2,000 researchers per million population when you look at Europe and the North America. So even the numbers of the researchers, already Africa has a problem there. So in summary, it's a global issue productivity-wise, and it is worse when you talk about Africa, and when you give it a genderless, the issue is more complex in Africa.
Dr. Bannerman. Need to unmute. So is it Africa or is it a global issue?
Yeah, again, I agree with my colleague. It is a global issue. And thank you, Professor Dorcas, for going ahead to highlight the UNESCO statistics. So I'll go straight to further on that. It is a global problem, but in Africa, there are unique, we're facing a unique scenario here. We have a diverse culture, and also our history legacy is also diverse. The experiences we have are unique to each region and country. And so we have a lot more intricate problem to disentangle. And it comes from us having visionary leaders who will be able to dissect these issues accordingly. Recently, I have been investigating areas where within our African communities that were predominantly matriarchal societies that have been forced to evolve into patriarchal societies. And these have been due to external influences like political and religious. And these have had immense effects on the development of our nations. And there are lingering issues which many people don't know what to do about them. At the moment, we have very surface level. There are all over the world, like we all agree that it's a global problem. And so all over the world, there are institutions are putting things in place to ensure that we have gender parity, as well as in Africa, there are also different kinds of initiatives are being put forward.
Okay, I will come back to some of those initiatives. Yeah, but yeah, it's good. You agree it's a global problem, but with African peculiarities. All right. Okay. Dr. Karen Claude, what is your response? Is it a global problem or is it an African problem?
I would agree with my colleagues that it is a global problem, but I think on the African continent, it is much, much worse. There's a huge underrepresentation of women in science. There's also a lack of appropriate empowerment programs. So there's a lot of different factors affecting women in science. Sometimes, yeah, so a lot of different things. And I think what is also important is a lack of women in leadership positions. This is very important. More women needs to be placed in leadership positions. So I think, yeah, it's a global problem, but in Africa, it is far worse, but also it depends on your specific country, your cultural setup. And even within that, there's a lot of other factors also that may influence this, such as religion, as one of my colleagues already mentioned. So it really depends on where you are based. In general, it is a big problem.
All right, challenge. Finally, I go to Prof. Ogu. The same question. Is it a global problem? Is it an African problem?
It's a global problem, but I think it's worse in Africa. If you do a literature search, you would find opportunities for overcoming gender disparities in different countries, but you will not find examples within African countries. You won't have much examples. So it's a global problem, but it's worse in Africa.
All right. Now, we have situated it that, of course, it's a global, I mean, we are discussing African problem, but you have given it a global picture. If I come to you again, Prof. Ogu, we have the common saying, nature versus nurture. So if it's a global problem, is it natural? Is it the way it should be? Is it the way human life should go, that women are always disadvantaged? Or is it what we have made for ourselves? I mean, looking at it from the scientific perspective, is it nature? Is it the way nature works? Or is it the way we have constructed our lives? Prof. Ogu.
I don't think it's nature, in the sense that yes, the male and female gender are different. There's no doubt about that. And so nature has provided that each one is different. But in the way we've been nurtured wrongly. That's the way I want to put it. We've been nurtured that the man takes the decision. We've been nurtured that the best job opportunities are for males. We've been nurtured that all the big top positions are for men. The woman should not be seen. She should not speak. She should be behind doors and so on. So we've grown up with that. Even amongst us, we treat our girl children differently from the boy children. You know, you train the child up. You don't have enough money. You send the boys to school and you tell the girls, okay, no need, stay at home and cook and be wives. And so that nurture is where the problem has come, and it's been long-standing. So it's going to be something that needs to be changed, maybe with legislation. So you see that in places like Sweden, they are talking about parental leave for men. So men can understand that, yes, when your wife has a baby, you can take leave, stay at home and take care of the baby. The care of the baby is not for the woman alone. In the same vein, you can see the policies in Rwanda, where they are now talking about legislation and how many % of legislation should go to women. And so for now, you have Rwanda as one of the countries where you have more women in parliament. It is deliberately done. So it's not nature doing it. It's the way we've nurtured ourselves.
All right. Prof, you mentioned Sweden and where I'm based, and then you have activated something in me because I actually, as a man, need emancipation in this part of the world. But that is another talk for another time. Let's go to Professor Aubrey Yeboah. Is it nature? Is it nurture?
It is both. So I don't know any man who have to write exams because whilst having serious lower abdominal cramps because the menses started that day. So there are some of the issues that by being female, it is quite unique to us. So some of them is biological, and that impact us in certain ways that may affect our productivity. So that aspect cannot be overlooked. But then the question is, knowing that, keeping that in mind, how does institutions, how does the system, the society support that person who has to still play those roles and yet still expected to work in the same environment and be measured the same way sort of towards promotion. So there are those parts that are biological issues that affect specifically women, and then they have their impact being translated into institutional context when there is no arrangement to recognize and give some support for that. So there's this 2021 paper in Nature, is a report by Kendall Powell. I think everybody should read it. Very interesting. He said how mothers are penalized in the scientific race. How mothers are penalized in the scientific race. And that is very objective. Yes, the woman gets pregnant, gives birth, that is a fact. But when that happens, what is done to make sure that doesn't become a crime in your workplace to stop you from progressing or get you stuck? I said that in the women and men that were part of this report, the men had more children in terms of numbers than the female researchers. But The men didn't say it impacts their life, because though they had the children, their wives were the ones bearing the burden of taking care of the children. So they could afford to have more children and still progress quickly and rise up. So it is both, to sum it up.
Yeah, that is a fantastic point. We'll come back to some of those specific you mentioned when we come to solutions. So for Prof. Obiriyabua is both nature and nurture. All right, I come to you, Dr. Karen Glot.
So I also agree with the colleagues. I think it's both, but it already starts at this perception that a woman should not pursue science. It already starts in school. So it's interesting when you ask children, especially young girls, to draw what is scientist, they will always draw a male person in a white lab coat, normally an more elderly male doing experiments. So this kind of thinking is already embedded, that a girl should not study science. Then further, also when they look around them, there's a lack of role models for them. This is very important. If you have a role model, you aspire one day to become like them. Also, there's a lack of outreach. Schools don't reach out. In some areas, there's no outreach to museums, no exposure to what is science all about. So you have all of these different factors contributing to this, and also casting females into more supportive roles due to socio-cultural norms. So the cultural aspect here is also important. A girl child is there to take care of the family and cook and have children. So you have already this cultural setting, and then again from the very early age already, they are discouraged from going into science. They can pursue arts or biology or this kind of thing. But so where the education should start is already at the school level. This is very important, and more role models. There should be more role models. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, finally, Dr. Bannerman.
Yes.
Nature versus nurture.
Yeah, I agree with my colleagues that it's both, but I would tend more towards the nurturing, because what we are doing right now to support the girl child, seeing that the inequality and the gap is so wide is very important. And we need to put in strategies in place to address that. Right from, if you look at the education pathway, so many changes need to be made. And when you look at in the workplace, there's discrimination with women, and also the social norms, as my colleagues have said.
Now, let me come back to you, just stay there. So the pendulum is tilting towards nurture as the main things. So what are the causes? Is it from our environment? Is it our government? Is it how our institutions are set up? You have mentioned some aspect of culture, but let's be more specific. What are really the causes of this inequality? Because in my slide I showed before, I had issues of salary, promotion inequalities, occupying key positions, opportunities, career opportunities. So what are the causes of these things?
I would say they are deep-rooted, and it's deep-rooted, so it's the different regions, like I said, since we started off from global to the African settings. So they are deep-rooted systems which have been put in place over the years. And the human mind, the way the human mind works is that when something, you give a model, you give a particular model, and the human mind just conditions itself, adapts itself to that model. And that goes on generation over generation. So what kind of leaders have we had to institute some models that have gone on over the years in terms of our education settings that have caused this to happen. And also when you look at the workplace discrimination, in every aspect, it boils down to a lot of the time to the leadership structures that we've had over the years and how changes can be made to affect them. That's what I would say. Another thing which, when we come to the African setting, I always look at as very unique because of our different cultural and historical system. And I still go back onto leadership and the conditioning that have happened over the years, and the fact that these things need to be changed. We need to be aware of them. We need to be aware of them, and we need to, just like you're doing in this forum, to bring people to talk about them and then make changes where we need to make changes. This is very important most of the time. And then these changes need to happen even from our own individual spaces at home and at work. Most of the time, if you ask yourself, the woman has no voice, and that should change. A lot of the times you're told to shut up. Not to your face, but in body language in different ways. And then you bring initiatives to the table, which are important for maybe for the development of a particular program or even in our scientific work. And people are always, and usually the men are always very quick to grab that initiative and run with it and then tell you to shut up. And then they've taken that further the way they want. So our voices should be heard.
Okay, so you said they are very rooted issues. And now we are fighting it. Okay, I will come back to that, how much we can succeed. But the audience, are you enjoying the discussion? Is the audience enjoying the discussion? Just give me a thumbs up if you're enjoying the discussion. Let me have your thumbs up because you are so quiet. I see comment 27 from many minutes ago. Is it that we have captured your attention or what? I need more comments, and then I need thumbs up. If you're enjoying it, please. I think Dr. Oladejo has given you a hashtag. Please post it to your social media platforms and tell them join the conversation, because these are important things happening. All right. Yeah, I think I wanted to show one slide before. Okay, this slide I wanted. Yeah. All right. Who is a culprit? Who is a victim? We have identified the victim. So the culprit is who we are talking about now. Dr. Karen, what is a cause? Who is a culprit here?
So I think the woman is generally suffers more, but if the female also changes their attitude, that could also be very, very important, because if you can, it comes from both ways. You can be, you can suffer because of this, but you can also change your mindset and be determined and fight against this and raise these concerns. I think the concerns should be raised and addressed. I mean, this kind of discrimination against women, it starts at already so many different levels: at the home, in school, in the church, in the institution. So if women can start standing up and fighting for their place in society, standing up, being more determined, being more proud of themselves, I think that can also change. Instead of being a victim, decide to become victorious almost. Thank you.
Professor Ogo, what are the causes? It's very interesting and really nice to see that most of you are involved in activities to raise awareness of the condition of the girl child and support women's opportunities. I'm really impressed by that. Professor Ogu, what are the causes for you?
The causes are multifaceted. Yes, we can say it's the males that are the perpetrators and women are the victims, but it's a lot more than that. Aside from biology, you're looking at that patriarchal system, those social structures that prioritize male authority and dominance. And so everything just goes on from there. It becomes norm. Wrong attitudes and beliefs become the norm and just continues from generation to generation. But we can break it by having conversations around it, by letting people know that gender parity is the way to go. We can break the causes.
All right. Okay. Prof. Obiri-Yeboah, are you still there? I don't see you.
I am here.
You are here. Okay. Yeah, please. What are the causes?
So, what are the causes? Anyway, again, I'll take it from this paper by Heidi Prosiski, if I got the name right, a gender perspective on career challenges experienced by African scientists. 5,000 African scientists from 30 countries with a survey published in 2019. So 5,000 African scientists, male and female, to identify or try to answer this question: what is affecting our productivity? What is the role of gender in that? And when asked men in terms of what affects their productivity, what is affecting them in terms of their research output, the focus was on lack of research fundings, number one. Number two, lack of funding for research equipment. So money, give us money, we can do it. Females, number one, balancing work and family demands. Number two, second highest, then the research funding. So you can see, so what is the problem women want handled? Balancing work and family demands, because the work is not making any room for you. It's not acknowledging the family demands and its impact. So somehow you are struggling with having to deal with both. So I bring it back to just that institutional recognition that this is a fact. It is not an issue of women just want to be complaining, women want to be pampered so that we can produce. No, we are very capable. So the issue is make the environment, tackle the issues that will give us some space, and we can then do the same as the men. And interestingly, in that paper, I said it is rather men that complain more about work environment negatively affecting them. Somehow the women don't even want to complain when they felt it's a good thing. But my interpretation is females don't even feel like you should say it too much, because they will say, as for you women, always excuses as to why you are not producing. So actually, in their survey, the women didn't want to complain. So what is the cause? It's more institutional. The biological factors you cannot help us with. Please, let's tackle the institutional issues, and women will come out with the same issue. The institutional issues also relate to the next parameter this article looked at, was age. So a woman's age. In the beginning, early career, younger chronological age, the issues are different. When it classifies some of us are older female scientists, the issues are also different. We just need to recognize and tackle the institutional issues peculiar to these different groups. That is the cause of the issue, really.
Okay, that is really fantastic. And then I think we can look at the institutional issues now. Then I will come back to the women, because women, I'll come back to you. Okay. All right. So the institutional issues you mentioned. So can we start with some examples from you, Professor Obiri-Yeboah? What are some of the institutional issues?
Okay. So, like the other paper alluded to about how female parents are penalized, the question is, if I sampled for those of us in this particular session, which of your institutions have arrangements where if you have a baby, you are a breastfeeding mother, you can bring that baby close to you at work in a setting that would allow you to still have some peace of mind to work and at the same time take care of that responsibility of checking on the baby and dealing with what needs to be done? How many institutions have that for an early career woman? What is the policy around maternity leave? How many months are we given in most countries? And immediately you ask for more, would your job be threatened? Do you have a PhD student who got pregnant? Did that student have to sort of go off school and take time off and then come back and join a year later when her colleagues have gone ahead? Was that really necessary? What is the institutional policy that led to that? For the older scientists, researchers, the issues then come back to your administrative roles that if you are fortunate enough to get there, when you are in that place, your children are relatively older, but they also have their demand on you. What are the policies around childcare generally, family roles, time expected at work, working from home? Does your boss scream because he doesn't see you physically, no matter how much you turn everything asked of you in? And yet he said, I didn't see you physically per se, and so he's complaining. And because of that, you cannot work from home, even if the setting should have been possible for you to do that. These are some of the institutional issues that I am talking about tackling. And once that is done, many women will find their way around our own issues and make use of it and produce.
All right, Dr. Karen Glut.
So
Some
there
of the
may,
institutional issues, yeah, you have observed. So let's take it in that direction.
so again, this depends very much on your location, but lack of opportunities in general for women, lack of funding, lack of mentorship, lack of role models, lack of flexible working conditions, difficulty finding that work-life balance, difficulty also for some women in securing positions in the same geographical area as their partners. Again, lack of financial support, also sometimes inadequate institutional capacity to support women, a lot of gender discrimination, promotions based on gender, the pay, also another important factor. I remember I was reading a career feature in Nature, and this one lady mentioned she was even afraid to mention that she has 3 children, because she was too afraid that if she mentioned this, they will not hire her. The work complex, the work schedule may also be too long complex, so work flexibility should be allowed, working from home perhaps. And yeah, so many different institutional factors play a role. Thank you.
All right. Dr. Bannerman, do you have additional institutional issues?
I think standing from where I am right now, the institutions here have put, quite a number of them have put these initiatives in place. So you can have daycare within the institution so that mothers can immediately have access to such, and very close by, just at the vicinity where you are working, it's embedded as something within the institution. So it does help. And I remember someone saying, this was when I was at the Sankar Institute, that a lot of women like coming to this organization because they know that their needs are met when it comes to supporting us in this area of motherhood. And so if we have more institutions doing that, of course, it's going to really help. And my colleague also mentioned remote working and flexible patterns. I'm not sure how much these are reflected in our African society these days. These are things that I mean, leadership, institutional leadership can put into perspective. That will be great. Yeah.
All right. Finally, Prof. Ogu.
Yeah, so institutional policies that perpetuate gender disparity include the criteria used for promotion, for instance, the criteria used for appointment into senior positions. Let me give an example with what happened recently in Nigeria. Chief medical directors of teaching hospitals were named recently. Of the total number named, only 11% were women. The rest were men. And so you look at the structure of each institution, the top structure is all male. And males don't think like women. The things that affect the female gender is not something the male understands, except he's been part of a discussion like this, where the problems are highlighted, where the challenges are highlighted. If not, the male does not even understand what you're saying. All he knows is, you didn't come to work for 3 days. I don't care if you had dysmenorrhea. Oh, you took off for 3 months. You had maternity leave. I don't like women. They always take maternity leave. And there are some institutions where they will not hire you if you're pregnant, or they will put a clause that if you're going to be pregnant in the next 1 year, you shouldn't apply. So these kind of policies continually disenfranchise females. And these are things that we need to talk about so we can overcome them. If you can't get into an institution, you cannot do research. Thank you.
All right. Well, ASFI, I think we are proud to make an example. I will continue. So, well, let's see that we have resources. You can join us if they give you trouble elsewhere, colleagues. All right. Yeah. In practical terms, I think we can delve a little bit more on some of the things you have mentioned, Professor Obriyeboa. You mentioned the biological processes that really affect women, pregnancy, if the woman has, I mean, even women who have reached their menopause can have, it can affect their output. Girls, my daughter has a period, I think 2 weeks ago, and it came on the same day she was to write an exam. Okay, exam, she had an exam to write. And she woke up in the morning, Daddy, I can't go to school because I have my menstrual cramps. So there's a system. I go to the website where you can mark absence, and actually you don't need to give reasons for that, because the child has the right even to be absent in the first place, as far as it is the parents that make that request. So she didn't go to school, and the exam had to be rescheduled for her alone. Sometimes she had gone to the school, and then the menstrual cramp starts there, and the teacher will call me. She needs to come home now. She can continue with the lesson, or schedule the exam next time for her to write, or the class, since she ended the class before we ended, she can come to me later on so that I can guide her through. Women who are pregnant, the system has an opportunity to allow them to go through the natural process without it affecting losing their job or whatever. So this system has taken account of that. And sometimes you want to make career progression, and many, I would say, I mean, it's a policy nowadays. If you apply for position, competitive position, they will always ask if you're a woman, if you finish your PhD certain time, what has happened. If you have had maternity leave, it needs to be documented because they call it career gap. So once you have career gap, you document that. If it's related to these natural processes, then you have no problem, okay? But the problem comes when a woman doesn't have any of these things, and then you can't explain your career gap. Then it's a signal that, well, can we employ this person really? If this person finished its time, has not produced, and did not have pregnancy or was not sick, what, you know. So some of these things are obtainable in some societies. Is it possible to do in Africa?
Why not? Why not? And that is why we are having these discussions. Many of the people in leadership roles in institutions in Africa, from the senior high, junior high to the higher education level, have the exposure to the developed world. They know what you just spoke about. Last week, my daughter's own came on the worst day possible. Physics, the subject she doesn't like so far, that is her worst. And on that day of the exams for physics, I had to just tap her on the back, encourage her, give her pen control, and say, go and do what you can. That is all I could do. If she didn't write, she would be in trouble. So she went. I have worked with a male as a house officer, female, pregnant. I have had a boss in a situation where early stage of pregnancy, I have to pretend that I am good. There is nothing, and climb up and down the stairs and do all I can so that he does not keep every day complaining about why this is why he doesn't like working with females. And then I lost that pregnancy. And I learned my lesson. Okay, but has that changed decades down the line from my experience? I don't think so. So is it possible? Why not? Why not? Now, when you talk about the senior, so-called now senior researchers, you want to apply for everything that you think could still build your capacity to improve your research output. The age limit puts you in a situation you can't apply anymore. That age limit doesn't recognize these biological gaps. You were not sleeping. You didn't decide to go and sleep for 2 years. But suddenly your age means you don't qualify to apply. It is not even giving you the opportunity to apply and then explain a gap. So you just look at it and you pass it on to a male, or you pass it on to a junior manager and say, you know what, do whatever you can to take it now, because if you don't, you will get to my age very soon. Why can't this change? Can anybody explain this to me, why this cannot change, that we recognize what needs to be recognized, then putting just a measure, allow every woman to apply into a certain level of degree of age based on what the research fund or opportunity is about, the chance to explain whatever you consider a gap. Why is that impossible?
Okay. Prof. Ogu, can we get it right? Can we fight it? Is it possible to implement these things in Africa?
Yes, it is. It's possible to implement, and we can change the narrative. Everything is, the basic thing is, let people have the information, let people know. You have females who rely on the gender to not do things like an excuse. All right, so showcasing mentors, female achievers, is one way where we can overcome this. It's doable. National president, head of department, mother, husband, lover, friend, sister, and still doing everything. So it's possible for women to take up positions and make their input. I know there's something we currently do in Nigeria. I'll give an example again with Nigeria. And in some other parts of the world where you say affirmative action, ensure that you include women in positions. And I keep saying, I say, yes, we want to include women in positions, but don't look at it as you're including women because you just want to include them. No, there are women who are very qualified, who should be in those positions, but who never get the opportunities. So let's showcase women leaders. Let's showcase women achievers. So other women know that it's achievable, it's doable, regardless of menstrual cramps, regardless of pregnancies, regardless of household duties. We can do it. Thank you.
All right. And I think Dr. Karen and Dr. Banama, you all agree that it's possible.
Yeah.
Okay. So I don't want to take it round, but I want to start with you, Dr. Bannerman. If it's possible, all of you are at the top of your institutions. What are you doing? Do you bring these discussions to the table? Dr. Bannerman, let me start with you. How are you fighting this?
I am always looking for it. I take every opportunity I get to fight it. In the UK, a member of the Cambridge Association of Women in Science and Engineering. And so we have regular meetings and we go to schools and with the awareness campaigns and everything to encourage and support. And then locally, I also help to support the development of women initiatives. Done that in Sierra Leone, done that in Guinea-Bissau, done that in working with some teams in Zimbabwe. And so one thing which I'm happy about is that a lot of some of our African countries, I saw on the chat, someone mentioned that there are institutions in Africa that are already embracing baby-friendly workplace initiatives, which is good. And I see that a lot of, there is now appointments of women in leadership roles, either in a ministry or as vice chancellors or deputy vice chancellors. And personally, I take it as a personal as a duty for myself to stay close to these women who are in places in authority, so that we can continue to have that conversations on how we support the early career research or support women in general who are coming up. So every opportunity.
So you're fighting it.
Yes.
Okay, I come to you, Dr. Karen Claude.
Yes.
Now I've not asked you my question. I'll ask you my question. I mean, the descriptions your colleagues have given now of women not getting the positions. If we focus in the area of research, is it that women do less quality work, or if they're given the opportunity, they are less productive, or why is it that, for instance, you have like Prof. Ogu mentioned, you have selection of leaders and only 11%. Is it that women are not trusted? I mean, they can't. What is it about women? What is your problem from your own perspective? Have you found that perhaps may contribute to this problem?
I would like to raise one of our previous presidents. I think it was President Nelson Mandela. He mentioned that nothing is impossible until it is done. So I think sometimes it is difficult to within an institutional setting, sometimes if you are in a negative environment, it is very difficult to grow. But women have a lot of potential. If you believe in yourself, if you grab all the opportunities out there, it's also important for you to believe in yourself, and very, very important, have female leaders that you look up to, that you aspire to be like one day, and allow them to mentor you. Mentoring is very important for an individual to grow. This is extremely important. And besides, I mean, at a personal level, we're also trying to encourage girls already at the school level to start becoming more interested in science. And we do reach out at schools. We publish stories of female scientists. Why did they get involved in science? What are the challenges they face? And there are many. I mean, it is very diverse, juggling work, life balance, also the age gaps that we mentioned sometimes limits us to apply for certain funds because of age restrictions, etc. But there's a lot of things that need to change already at the school level, at the institutional level, adapt policies to financially support women, make a more enabling environment, more flexible work environment. It's good to have mentors, as I already mentioned, and then policies are also establishing and doing research on developing policies, more opportunities for women, to help them grow and develop their careers in the institutional settings, but also in the home environment. This also needs to be encouraged. Thank you.
Okay. I didn't know our time is running so far, so we have less than 30 minutes. So I will go towards conclusion, but so that we can give the audience time to react. But I want to come personal, because it took close to 20 minutes to read the profile of these women here, to read your profile. And here we are talking about marginalization, inequality, but all of you have reached the highest level. Prof. Obriebo, I'll come to you first, because you're very young. You're a professor, you're a deputy director, you have made lots of publications at this age. How did you escape these issues? Because we have young women here who are also thinking, you're a mother, you're a wife, you are all this. How did you do this? At least people can learn from you. What was your strategy? What was your experience? Briefly tell us.
Yeah. Thank you very much. And being young is a relative term. Now I don't qualify for many things by age anyway, but relatively younger.
You look young. You look young.
So what has it taken? It has taken a lot of resilience, stubbornness, as some would put it. The determination that, I had a plan, and it was a plan that I didn't really at that time have a strategy for, but at medical school, just thinking through my career path, I said I would be a professor by the time I'm 45. I don't know how I arrived at that age and all of that at that time, but I was just motivated to see a few females at that time, not even from Ghana, but who I had the opportunity to meet, and they have children and all of that. I said, oh, so it's possible. It's not the only thing that I'm seeing in my institution where all the professors are males and all of that. It has taken a lot of personal determination and support. And someone, I think, has been mentioned twice, the right mentorship. Finding people, whether male or female, and interestingly, all my mentors have been males. People who say they will not let you use any excuse. And so when they notice that moment when, for whatever reason, you are slowing down, they will pick you back up and say, you know what, deal with this and move on. And be ready to have the fact that some will say you are not a typical woman. And that is a term I've heard so many times, and I ask, what is a typical, who is a typical woman? So we need to just recognize we can do it. We need to surround ourselves with the people that can tell us every day that we can do it. And we should be able to apply the time, soft skills, time management, teamwork, collaborative approach. If we can build all of that within ourselves and be resilient, really, whether the institutions provide what is needed or not, you will find a way. Thank you.
All right. So you're for upcoming women in science, Prof. Obriyebo is saying that you need to be tough. What
You
of the
really
women?
need to be
What of
tough.
the women who are not tough, like you?
They should find the people who would support them. That is where
Make them
the other
tough.
issues about teamwork, collaborative approach, working with the people that would make sure that they push you, that comes in. If you are naturally not that tough, they will toughen you up.
All right. Of course, nothing comes easy. Nothing comes easy.
Not at all.
So 3 things she mentioned here that are important that have helped her: resilience, finding right mentorship, and then face the criticism. Do it and face the criticism. I think once you get to that point, people will applaud you actually at the end. All right, I will come to Prof. Ogu. Your profile is also mind-blowing, given your age, the things. You became the second professor in your department, and today you are the national president of the National Women Association of Medicine or Medical Doctors in Nigeria. You're a mother, you are a wife, and here you're saying women are marginalized. How did you, go through these things and become who you are today?
Thank you very much. It's been an interesting journey. I think I was lucky in that I had very good mentors. I had those who inspired me to want to grow. Let me put it that way. So the luck I had was from an early age, I had mentors. I had male and female mentors. I remember a professor telling me in 2009, when I was employed as a lecturer, saying that, look, promotion is every 3 years. This is what you need to get promoted. This is what you need to do. Ensure you document everything you do. Open your CV and start filling it in day by day. Any day you carry out an activity, fill it in. You must write papers and publish. You must choose the correct journals to publish. You must collaborate. You must be disciplined. You do the work, you gain from it. Don't be shy of working. Hard work does not kill, things like that. And so we started. And I would like everyone in the audience to know this. Anything you do for yourself. Even when someone tells you, go and collect data for me, you're a junior person and the person is your senior and says, go and collect data. Please don't frown. Why should I be collecting data? Collect the data. In the process of collecting the data, in the process of carrying out an activity, you learn more, you gain more, you become more confident in yourself. You know how to do it. And so that is how I have progressed, by having an idea of where we are going and working towards it, being diligent and dedicated, being disciplined. Nobody is going to flog you if you don't do what you're supposed to do. It's you yourself that would know that, oh, I didn't do right. And so train yourself to be truthful to yourself. Nothing falls on your laps. Nothing comes, it just comes like that. No, nothing falls on your lap. And so for us at the Medical Women's Association, we are trying to ensure that people know this. And so that leadership training we talked about, Bright, if you remember 2 years ago when I was national president-elect, we're starting those leadership trainings now. So women know that these things, you can be intentional about it. You can be intentional about being a professor in 9 years after you become employed. You can be intentional about, oh, this year I want to write a systematic review. And so you work towards writing a systematic review, even if it's going to take you 9 months to do it. But if you sit down and keep wishing, oh, I want to do a systematic review, I want to do a systematic review, and you don't put pen up to paper, don't get your team together, you don't do a timeline to know, to evaluate what you're doing, you will never write that systematic review.
All right. Thank you, Prof. And she has added other flavors. You need to be tough. I need to be disciplined. Sometimes, even as men or even as ordinary people, we can continue to blame so much what happens outside us. But really, what is inside is very important. I've been teaching a group science leadership this week, and I was emphasizing so much the personal leadership philosophy. You need to have your personal leadership philosophy. What is your vision? Who are you actually? What do you want to do? Where do you want to go? You have to have a roadmap. If you don't have these things, you start in the next 10 years, you still telling the same story. You see, no system is perfect, even in this part of the world. As an African, I will come to that. As an African, I have my own issues here as well. But some of the issues they are talking about here, resilience, finding the right mentorship, basic criticism, discipline, be tough. They are templates that work regardless of your situation, and they can help you. All right, let me go to Dr. Bannerman, where you are today as an African woman, and now you're occupying a top position in the UK. How did you survive this as a woman?
Yes, thank you again. I would say this started off right from the vision I have as a child. And also I had a wonderful father. I had a wonderful father who was my role model and who always pushed us towards working hard. And he always quoted a passage to us. When you work hard, when you are diligent, you will stand before kings. So that scripture, that's always in the back of my mind. And then you work hard. And of course, I mentioned earlier, there are so many challenges on one's path that you have to navigate and as go along. And you don't have to, get discouraged easily. My colleague has said, you develop that resilience to continue, you just keep at it. And then when you notice your strengths, you begin to work on your strengths and develop your strengths further. Something which I also did, in addition to working on my strengths, when I see where I know I am, really good at, to start my personal development plan and set professional goals for myself. And as I did that, I built a personal network, have a personal network with people, personal support network, people who, see you and they believe in your vision. And usually it's not hard to find that. You find that as you go along, when you are working in your strength, you will see people who would just wow, this is great, who are encouraging you. And, take advantage of that and build that personal network. In addition to your personal support network, I also build a professional support network. I looked at people who are ahead and say, yes, this is what I want. This is what I want to do. And this person is there. And you know what? At a time in the UK, as I was working on doing my studies, I took part-time jobs. And my part-time jobs were this is something, my dad taught me how to be a personal assistant or a secretary. And I did it intentionally with men who were at the top of their career. So that took me straight up to work with top pharmaceutical companies and getting insights that I ordinarily wouldn't have done on my own. You are not alone in your journey. Identify the right people for yourself. And that is what, and then develop these qualities: hardworking, being diligent, being resilient along the way. Definitely the challenges will always be there. I said I gave up so many opportunities along the way, but just keep strong, keep at it. and you just continue. Thank you. You're muted.
All right. Sorry, I was muted. I wanted to listen to audio. So it's that biblical text that said, have you seen a man diligent in his work? He will not stand before men, he will stand before kings. I think that is powerful. That is powerful. So in addition to that, Dr. Bannerman has mentioned the importance of networking. That is what ASFI provides. And that's actually, as you were speaking, it was ringing in my mind going forward. And this goes to Dr. Eunice, who is the president of General Assembly. Perhaps we should, in the coming year membership round, to find a group we'll call ASFI Women in Science. I think that would be fantastic, isn't it? I mean, if you like that, you can just raise a thumbs up, ASFI members who are here, to have ASFI Women in Science, and their overarching goal will be to have forums like this to discuss how can we support ourselves to grow in our career. All right, and finally, let me come to Dr. Karen Clute. How did you make it?
So thank you very much. So I think the journey in science, it's a tough one. There will be challenges, but you have to remember that these challenges are to grow you as an individual. You learn from them. This is not for you to say, okay, this is enough, I don't want to do science anymore. This is to grow you as a person. Very important. I am here today because of the people, my family, my parents, my brother, my partner, and friends and mentors. You need a very good support network. This is critical. Take opportunities. Whenever you see an opportunity, don't be afraid to grab it. It's very important also to be responsible for your own career. You must have a plan. Where do you see yourself in 5, in 10 years' time? What is your vision for yourself? Then do something that you are passionate about. Remember, attitude is also very important. Always have a positive attitude. Like I said, there will be failure, there will be challenges, but your attitude towards them is then important. Finding work-life balance is important. Take care of yourself, your mental health, your general health. This is very important. What the other colleagues also mentioned, you have to persevere. You have to have mental and emotional strength. Right? Besides the whole lot of skills that you need to learn as a scientist, to present, to write papers, etc., you need to learn other soft skills as well. How to lead, how to be emotionally strong, how to be tough, but not tough in a bad way, tough in a good way. Don't be afraid to take risks. It's important to take risks, okay? Even when you're the only woman in the room or in a meeting, say what is in your heart. Right. As I already mentioned, you will have failure. Don't let this be a setback for you. When you reach the top, you also advocate for other female scientists. You help the younger generation. You help them to grow and learn. Seek out new opportunities. It's important to take risks. If you're not going to take risks, your career is not going to go anywhere, right? Very important, you have to build next works. Surround yourself by excellence, right? Have people you look up to, learn from, right? Don't let anyone or anything stop you, right? Be a mentor to others. Listen to your own voice, okay? What else did I want to mentor? Yeah, so all of these, most important, have a passion for what you do, persevere, work hard, be determined, and believe in yourself. And if you do that, you can, the sky is the limit. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Yes, the audience, is the audience still here? Are they still here? Are they still here? Please give me a thumbs up because I don't know if you're still here. These are fantastic things. Okay, you're still here. Women, you can see that one of the things Dr. Karen Clute has mentioned, passion. You can't go far without that. In fact, if you check the program, the conference program, we have the highlights of our programs for next year. So the tips and tricks we're having for next year will focus on scientific virtues. your inner boost, the things that oil you out, and passion is one of the first. So it's quite important. And then she mentioned taking risk. You know, many of us actually don't go far because we're afraid of what will happen. But in science, you need to take risk. Those who have become whatever they call them, Nobel Prize winner or whatever, many of their discoveries were accidental. They did it many times and something happens. They took risk. All right, so this is very important. We have had very good session. It's possible that we may encroach into the next program because I want to give the audience time to react. I am leading that session, no problem. I will come to that. But if I bring up my slides again, there are quite a lot of things to discuss here. We have not finally touched, but I think we have touched the key things here. There we have shared the personal experience. And finally, to my panelists, we are focused on gender equality. Okay, there are many other themes I identified that affect even productivity in Africa. You have tribalism. Yesterday, Prof. Oyewale Tomori focused on multidisciplinary collaboration. Some issues here will affect that. When we look at for those who are from where we come from, then we kill diversity, even diversity of ideas. So the point here is that it is not only gender inequality that we are having. So I just wanted to bring up this point. Ethnicism is my sister, brotherlism, friendlyism, you go to fatalism, you go to different types of things. Few words from my panelists. What is your opinion on this? Let me call on Prof. Aubrey Yeboah to start. These additional things here.
Thank you very much. These are all words that negatively impact our research productivity, particularly in Africa. In fact, anywhere that is practiced, it would, and we find it practiced more here, where just on the basis of being from your tribe, just on the basis of being a friend, you want to put the person on a research project, though that person truly does not have much to contribute to it. And even on publications, people want to do the dash and gift authorships and all of that. It all negatively impacts the research productivity in Africa. So whilst we tackle the gender dimensions, I'm happy you raised this. There are so many of the issues impacting our productivity that goes beyond just gender. And whichever gender practices, friendlyism or whatever terms you've coined up, it would not work too well for us. So we have to deal and tackle with those also. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And I will use this opportunity before I go to Prof. Ogu. ASFI is organizing the course, Reproducibility in Scientific Research. That course is a course every researcher should take. It's a course you see, it touches on some of these things. My colleague, Dr. Eman Sob or Dr. Ajibola Oladeji, you can post the link for those who have not applied. It is free. It's free. Okay, so look at it, look at the dates, and mark your calendar. It's free. We have space for 300 people. So it's a course, and some of these things will come up there. All right, Prof. Ogu. Yes, these are other things that we have mentioned in addition to the gender inequality issues. What are your thoughts?
Sorry, which other things?
Oh, you didn't see my slide.
Yes.
Do you see my slide now?
Yes, I do. How do they impact our productivity?
Yes.
They do impact. For me, if you are a nice person, you would reap along your way. Let me put it that way. Let me use like sisterlism. If you are looking for research collaborators, it's possible to get people to collaborate with you based on your name alone. But after a while, your retention value depends on how you treat people. So to be able to participate in research effectively, you need to be kind. I think that's the way I can explain it. You need to be kind. You need to take people as human beings. You need to be humane in dealing with people. And in so doing, you will retain your collaborators.
All right.
Am I communicating?
Yeah. But I wanted you to take it from the perspective of favoritism. It may be because you are from my tribe, the positions that are available, I give it to you, and not look at how more qualified the other person from that tribe is than you.
Oh, but if you do that, you're unethical. It's unethical, and it will always come back to haunt you. And so when people get positions based on favoritism, ethnicity, sisterliness, or all that, it comes back to haunt you. It doesn't work that way. That is what I believe. In the same vein, that is why I believe that women should be given opportunities, not because they are women, but because they can do it. Yes, we will also preach that women should be given opportunities because they are women, just to balance the scales. But at the same time, let the person who is qualified do the work. What you can do for your sister, for your friend, for somebody you care about, is to train that person to be able to deliver. And with time, the person will deliver. Everything is about learning. You can learn. Attend leadership courses, you will learn. So don't be afraid. Don't deliberately give somebody a position they don't deserve just because you want to push them up. It will come back to haunt you.
All right. I go to Dr. Karen. Give us a few words of your reflection on this aspect.
I think you raised a very, very important aspect, because we were looking more at the cultural aspects, institutional aspects, but these other aspects are also very important and interlinked with all of this. And I think in a way it's linked with your human value as well. And in science, it is one must realize science and research is tough in endeavor, but in all of that, we should not lose our humanity. We should do science in a way to help and grow society. And also, we should develop a thinking, as the previous colleague also mentioned, that your success is my success. So think to yourself, how do you define success? Is it helping others, growing others? So if we can develop all of those values, our humanity, this can also help indirectly in promoting more gender equality, leading towards a more happy workplace where men and women are both equally treated and can grow their career successfully. I hope I answer your question.
Yes. Finally, Dr. Bannerman, please. All the Zims.
Yes, thank you. What the first thing I would say to that is that for anyone who has that kind of approach in either appointing or giving opportunities, you need to change that mindset. You just know that you need to change that mindset, because you are not only affecting research science in general, you're also limiting yourself badly. You're limiting yourself because you have this platform in order to be able to grow. As your research grows, you're also growing as an individual. You have this platform, and instead of leveraging to get the right expertise to take you to that place you need to be, you're doing something else. So you have to do everything you can to change that mindset and don't limit yourself. How I work, I don't see black, white, brown, green, blue. I don't see that. I just see the potential and use that in order to do whichever work I'm doing. When I conduct programs within the African continent in which I had to give prizes and get some funding to, what I do in those cases, I appoint an independent body to oversee wherever there are benefits concerned. It's also, there's something called unconscious bias. So you need to help yourself as well. Appoint an independent body to oversee certain appointments or benefits that are there, and that keeps you on the right path, because you're limiting yourself and you're damaging science in general if you have all these themes in front of you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. There's so much to we can continue on this the whole day. I will not finish this discussion, but time is not a friend now. We have reached our limit, and we'll open the floor. Please, we can take a few reactions. Make it very snappy. If you want to ask a question or say something, please let us know. But one thing I want to still emphasize for ASFI members, through Dr. Eunice from Bele, please take that. ASFI women, I think that would be a point of reflection going forward, so that this discussion can continue. All right, I see Vera, please.
Thanks so much, Prof. Can you hear me? Okay, so what I wanted to say is that listening to this conversation, it's quite exciting, and I kept on smiling a couple of times. But of course, there are a lot of other things we need to appreciate. To start with, our male colleagues, they actually have a double rafter, especially in the space of science, is that they put on a very confident face sometimes, so that they're able to sail through. But what differs between men and women is the levels of discipline and consistencies. So maybe we want to join them on that, because we realize that sometimes it's much easier for men to fall and rise again and keep on with what they were doing. But for women, most of the times, we have the tendency of falling and giving up. So it's critical for us as women to also evaluate the internal space and appreciate the fact that there's a lot more we need to do before trying to think about how are men contributing towards the gender inequality and the likes. And then another thing is that women sometimes are enemies of themselves. So it's a complex situation around behavior change. Maybe one of the sessions, Prof. Bright, would consider women to just talk quite sincerely about us being enemies of ourselves and appreciating the fact that in one or another, we have sabotaged our fellow women towards professional growth within our own spaces, or we have witnessed a woman sabotage another woman for basic reasons, probably biological reasons, or maybe any other thing. So maybe it's important that we get to that noble and sincere discussion and think exactly how are we limiting ourselves as women. And then another thing is maybe we also want men to join us in this party to support the growth of women. So while we are at it, believing that we as women are really exposed and we really need to work double fold to prove ourselves. Right. We also want those men who are our cheerleaders in the different spaces, so that they're able to support us amicably. I think that's my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you very much so much. You have the permission now. I've repeated it twice. I will say it again. You are a leader in the General Assembly, so you have the go ahead, discuss with Eunice and the women in the team. Let's get it going. Of course, don't exclude the men. The men who want to join, they are permitted. Maybe they will learn something from there. All right, finally, I will call on Dr. Uchechi, please, Onyedikachi, to make her point. Please make it snappy so that we can run away from it.
Yeah, thank you very much, Prof. I got my eyes glued to my screen all through this discussion because it was very interesting and it points directly to me and to many women because we really want our voices to be heard, and I really appreciate the panelists for making this possible. But the most interesting part of it was when they were sharing how they did improve themselves, and I took notes all through. And I just want to add that if women can volunteer, it will really help us to train ourselves. Like the ASFI platform where I belong, it really improved me. And I want to add that other women should volunteer and take up opportunities that would help you grow and then make you confident. And then secondly, I want to add that to also build your confidence and make your voice to be heard as a woman, we need to start training ourselves from the home front. Yes, we're talking about gender disparity and then a way forward. And we find that some of the problems we face as women start from our homes, from our spouses. And so I want to say that if we can start, helping ourselves, training ourselves, just like all the luminary women told us today, we will gain respect from our spouses, our husbands. And that way you find that your growth in your career and then your visions and visions you've set for yourself will be very possible. Thank you very much. I really appreciate.
Thank you, Dr. Onyedikachi. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, you have heard it. It's not all that needs to be said. Dr. Uchechi has given a call, and I know that the panelists are happy. If they form this group, I am sure, Professor Dorcas Obriyebua, that you'll be happy to speak to them. I know some of the things you said here are parlor talks, the kitchen talks and the bedroom talks, you didn't say it. So when you meet the women only, I think they will have more specific questions that really they face. So I think you'll be happy to engage with them and see how you can support this thriving population. I think that also goes to Professor Rosemary Ogu. Dr. Karen Glut, she has always been available to support, and then Dr. Bridget Bannerman. So please make yourself available whenever they call on you. See how we can. I think these conversations will help African upcoming women to fine-tune their steps in the right direction and become better people. All right, here we end it. Audience, thank you very much. We can't take more questions, but I think the key points have been made. As we go into the next year, we'll find time to see if we can bring more engagement. For the men, maybe it may be a turn next year to bring men to talk about their own problems. All right, let's give them a very big round of applause for this sterling performance they have done. You can, I didn't say you should climb there because I wouldn't hear the sound. You can just give a reaction on the screen there. All right, let me hand over to the moderator, Dr. Jerry Kwapai. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Bright Roderick. Thank you so much for that one. Please, can we put our hands for them? Let's have a show of thanks to these wonderful ladies and for their wonderful presentation. Please, let's have a thanks. Let's see your hands up to be sure that we are appreciative of them. And you wonderful participants, that was awesome. That was awesome. I can see some people clapping right from the video. That was awesome. That's great. That's great.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So, Rodrigo, are you here? Okay. So, we're supposed to be having a break actually for 10 minutes, and we should resume by 10:40. But actually, we have taken beyond the time, so we'll just be having just 5 minutes break. So by 11:45, we'll continue with the launch of our ASFI Scholar, ASFI Scholar.
10:45 GMT, eh?
Yes, GMT, yes. 10:45 GMT. Yes, 10:45 GMT. So just take just a 5 minutes break, then we can put that together. So just by 10:45 GMT, we'll be resuming back and continue with that launch. So please don't go away, because we have full pack of programs for you. We'll launch that Scholar. Next will be our poster abstract presentation, and then we'll go for lunch and return back for the bootcamp program. So please just take 5 minutes from now. Then by 10:45 GMT, we'll be back. Thank you.
All right, so Dr. Kwaba, I think I can go on.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. You know me already. You can see my picture there. So thank you for this session. This is a fantastic session. I see the technician, the IT person who has built this system is here. Owen is around. Owen, let me give you permission to unmute if you want to speak. But what I will do, I'll just give a brief introduction, and then I will go to the website, and then Owen can take us through that. Well, just to let you know, my colleague, Dr. Ajibola, will put the link to this system we're going now. Put the link on the chat box, put the link. We started ASFI, and soon after that, my path crossed with late Prof. Charles Ayo. And before we go on, I think it's fair to give him a minute minute recognition for he died mid this year suddenly. But before we do that, a minute silence, I will just mention that when our path crossed, he was interested in what we were doing. And he said he had been thinking of similar things for more than 10 years. So we got in that interaction until we agreed to collaborate. So he eventually became the deputy director of ASFI before he died. And this is one of the projects we were working on, the ASFI Scholar. And we saw the need of African scientists to be empowered, to have opportunities, to grow, to have resources, to build their capacity, to engage, to collaborate, to network, because his experience and my experience, what we see outside Africa, are encouraging, and we can achieve this by making things seamless. So we started this, and this platform is a platform where we believe many things about African scientists can happen when it comes to learning, when it comes to mentorship, when it comes to collaboration, when it comes to publishing, when it comes to visibility. Many things can happen. Most of the things we have nowadays come from outside. All of the things Dr. Intien Kang mentioned yesterday, the Google Scholar, the ResearchGate, Scopus, OCRP, Web of Science, and so on and so forth. But you see, yesterday, one of the things we emphasized that it takes Africans to build Africa. And then Prof. Tomori said we have all it takes. So the question was, systems like Coursera, EDX, and the rest of them. Why can't we have African solution? Because our perspectives have a direction. The way we do things, the way we understand. If you, for instance, you come to ASFI trainings, you discover that we speak the African language. And what I mean by that is that we can understand ourselves. That is why it is easy to collaborate amongst us. So we set out to develop this platform. I will show you the capabilities of the things that we want to achieve. Sorry, I don't know if I started my recording. Yeah, my recording is on. Okay, so we started and we engaged the company that has been doing this. We are proud of it. It's not a perfect system where we want it, but we have the vision to grow it. We are launching it today to show you what is there. We would like to get feedback from you, and we want to continue to grow it and deliver it to the African scientific community. Make use of it. Let it be something you are proud of. Let it be something you associate with. In fact, Dr. Ajibola will also share a hashtag. We would like you, as you get into this, share it across. Join ASFI Scholar. Join ASFI Scholar. And so we started this. And unfortunately, we have reached, or we have crossed the middle line. Prof. Ayo passed away. So please, colleague, I think it will be fair before we continue. Let's give him a minute silence. Let's give him silence. All right. Okay. So Prof. Ayo was professor of computer science, and he was the vice chancellor of Trinity University, Lagos, before he died, and the former vice chancellor of Covenant University. So we started this together, and here we are. Here we are. What do we have here? As I said, we'll call it one-stop shop for African scholars. It's for African scholars, it's for you. Here on this platform, you can learn. What I mean by that is you can put resources, you can put learner resources, you can go there, you learn. Now it's empty, but what will happen is that we'll invite people. For instance, the sessions given yesterday, soft skills, visibility, some of the sessions I'll be giving today, you can put it there. You can go there. You can bring your resources, maybe in books, maybe in papers, maybe in podcasts. It's a place to engage, okay? So that people can learn. You can mentor there. As we go into this platform, you see, you can connect, you can collaborate, all right? You can discover people, you can create spaces. For instance, what we had this morning, ASFI Women in Science. You can come to this platform and you can create spaces where you can engage in your discussions, you can engage in your projects, and so on and so forth. All right. In addition to that, as I mentioned yesterday, I need to correct myself in something I said. We have within this, capabilities to have video conferencing, and that is what we'll use to view the posters this afternoon. Video conferencing. So instead of using Zoom, instead of using other things, other sources that come from abroad where you need to subscribe, you can use this. But what we are doing now is that this will be free. This will be free. If you want to have meeting, get in touch with us. We can create a link for you and you have your meeting. But this will be free for only ASFI members, free for 1 year. So until the end of 2024, ASFI members can have their meetings. Just get in touch. All right? Get in touch. So this I'm using to encourage you to register as an ASFI member. And what is happening here is that it is not to force you to become an ASFI member. It is only a reward we are giving to those who identify with this vision. So if you don't believe in what ASFI is doing, don't register, no problem. Then we will not give you our link. Is that fair enough, or is it bad? If it's fair enough, you can just give me a thumbs up. Is it fair enough? Great. Great. So ASFI members, for the next 1 year, if you want to have your meetings, come to us. We'll create a link. You don't need to subscribe to Zoom and pay bills there. We have provided opportunity. And then what we're going to do after this session is the poster viewing deck, which is also integrated within the video conferencing, where we can see posters. So for online meetings like this, we can easily engage in things like this. So for ASFI members, you're having online conferencing, you want a platform to engage in your viewing your posters, please get in touch and then we will use this platform to support you in that. For ASFI members, it is free, absolutely free. And then the last thing is that tomorrow we will launch the ASFI Research Journal, which will be integrated also within this platform. So submission process, that platform is being developed. It's not ready yet, but we'll speak about it tomorrow and commission it. And we believe by the end of this year, we will get everything running for you. So the submission processes to that journal will be integrated with ASFI Scholar. And then finally, be visible. We want to connect, okay? It is through connections. You have my email. You can go to my LinkedIn and you can connect with me. You can go to ResearchGate and connect with me. Also, the ASFI Scholar is aimed to achieve that purpose. All right. So you go into the system and then you can link up with some other people. Has Dr. Ajibola posted the link here now? Is the link on the chat box now? If you have not, please post it there. Post the link and then post the hashtag. Please post the link. Is Ajibola here? Ajibola is here. Is it posted? All right, so she has posted it. Yeah, so you have the hashtag there. All right, so I will now stop sharing this. Let's go to the platform. Let's go to the platform. All right, this is the way it looks. It's not looking fantastic. Looking fantastic. You can scroll down and read about it. You can, about us here, you can look at the history of what happened. Is Owen unmuted now? Where is Owen? Owen, unmute yourself and guide me through.
Oh, please go back. I wonder why there was an error. I wonder why there was an error. Please go back to the home page.
Yeah.
And it still works fine. Did you try to sign in?
Yeah. I just signed in a minute ago.
Please hold on. Check. Please go back to the home and refresh. And then try signing in again.
Something. Let me stop sharing. I think some people are getting in, isn't it? Oh, when? What is the problem? Is it too much traffic or what?
Yeah, Doc, please can you unmute him again? What's that his name again? I think it's asking for you to unmute.
Oh, when? Okay.
Let me check. Michael Owen.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, when you can
Alright.
unmute.
Thanks. So I'm in, so I don't know why you got an error. I'm still trying to check. Give me a minute.
Yeah, I'm having error from my side too.
Oh, okay. I don't know why I checked the logs.
And it's not, it's oh, when it doesn't, I have tried several browsers now. It's the same thing I get.
Yeah, it's from the application. I'm correcting it.
Good thing doesn't come easy. We'll get it out.
Yeah, of course.
We'll get it out.
Africa must shine.
Yes, so
Logs.
How does it look now?
Still loading up.
Okay, so what will
It's
happen, ladies and gentlemen, I think I will allow Owen to fix that. We'll come back to that. Why don't we go to the poster deck and start with that, and then we can come back. Perhaps 15 minutes before let's read the posters first, and then we can come back to this. Allow Owen, because I just checked the poster deck now, and that one is working right. Okay, so what I will do is I'll put the link on the chat box here for the poster deck. You click it and join the system there. All right, join the system there, and let's.
okay. So probably take us through that. That could be easier.
Back on now.
All right. Hope you have joined. All right, let me share my screen. For those who have not joined, this is what it looks like. Is the video conferencing part of the ASFI Scholar. So you put your name and then you can join here. All right, I can see a number of you. You can actually meet yourself. Can meet yourself. Many people are joining. That's great.
Fantastic.
You can meet yourself. You can also close your video. All right. So let's allow people to come in. You can meet yourself, please. Yes. We're all here. All right. Are you all here? Well, people are still joining. People are still joining. People are still joining. This is African made. Okay. Does it not look good? It's looking good, isn't it? Yeah, I think somebody has the mic on. If you're not speaking, you can mute yourself. I think that's what happens. You hear me clearly now? That's an echo.
I think the echo is coming from Zoom and the platform being open.
Or because of the
They-
Zoom and
Yeah.
So Doc,
Okay.
maybe if you are ready to move to this, then maybe I think we can be able to mute the Zoom. I'm sure maybe it's because of the Zoom. Maybe that's why it's having that.
Yeah. Okay. So do you hear me on this one now?
Yes. Is he speaking?
So those who are still in the Zoom, I hope you can hear me. Posters are being viewed. So it's the poster viewing session. And we have the link there. I put it here again. Please use that link to join the poster session. Those who are still in Zoom, you hear me? Please join the poster viewing session. All right, those who are on the Zoom, people are returning from the poster viewing. Is Owen still here? Owen, it seems I'm still experiencing the same thing because it was working for some time, but now I can't, I'm still getting the error message. It was working while we were at the poster place.
Okay. I got here. Please, if you click on anything, forget you there, or you just went to the site.
I don't hear you clearly when. Oh, when your sound is not good, please. I can't hear you now. Yeah, I mean, the error is still displaying. What is the problem?
Okay. I was asking if you click on something else when you go to the site, but you just go to the site like there.
I didn't get that.
And just visit the site and try to log in. You're there.
I mean, I can't even see the website to log in. It's not displaying, just telling me application error. Okay, now it has come. All right, colleagues, now we are on the system. Let me take you there. I think Dr. Ajibola, please, can you put on the link again for those who want to access it at the same time? Put the link again, please. And then I will take you there. This is the website. And you can see, you can read about the different things. Well, we want to form a community. We want to be visible scholars. We want to engage in lifelong learning. We have high quality resources that we published here. It doesn't mean that everything anybody brings will be included here. So there will be a scrutiny process. All right. So if, for instance, you want to put your podcast, if you want to put other materials, there's a system through which you send it. And when we review it, see if it's important and if it's relevant to this community, then that will be taken great. And then, of course, our publishing platform. And so if you go to About Us there, then you can read about the history of this platform, our vision, our mission, and then frequently asked questions. So now it's ready to go. The first thing you do is to sign up. When you get the link, this is what you do, sign up. And Dr. Dibola is giving you also the hashtag. Please circulate it across board. People should join the ASFI Scholar. They should join the ASFI Scholar. Circulate it across your platform. Circulate it across your platform. And then once you have signed up, if you click here, it brings the form where you sign up. It requests a few things from you, your first name, your last name. You have a username. Usually people replicate the email as their username, and then you have the email. You create a password. You agree to the terms of service, and then you sign up. You sign up. And then once you sign up, it will be to log in. So you click log in. And when you click log in, you put your information. Put your information. And then you can log in. Owen, can you check your end? Because I don't know, I have used this password before. I don't know why it's not logging me in. Owen, people are getting the application error. Please help us. And I have not been able to log into. Owen, are you there? Owen, are you there? I thought we can finish this now.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
I hear you, Owen.
I want to immediately just either sign up and log in and leave that.
I mean, when I click login, Owen, it's not taking me to the system. And other people who are using this thing are not, now it's working. Can other people try it?
Yeah, they could try, but they shouldn't.
Oh, when we don't hear
I
you.
can't find out where
What you're saying.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, but your voice is not through, so we can't understand what you are saying.
Okay. Okay. So I said other people should sign up and log in. And just do that, just sign up and log in for now. So the other features they could try them out later once we figure out where the application is crashing from.
Okay, so I have come into the system. I'll quickly do this so that I don't take your lunch time. So these are some of the menus here. You have the dashboard. Oh, the application is still giving problems. Oh,
Wow. I think someone is trying to access a feature on the system. Is I logged in now?
no, it's not logging me in. I'm out of the system now.
Okay. Please, for everyone trying to sign up or log in, please just sign up and log in and don't do anything else. Just wait for Dr. Bright to demonstrate. Thank you.
Okay, I think while Owen figures that out, colleagues, I think you can have your lunch break and then let's return at 12:30. 12:30, we'll find time within the period we have to get you through this and show you. As I mentioned earlier, it's a system that's still developing, so a few things will be figured out and then we'll surely get it running. Within the system, you can do several things. Once you sign up and log in, you can explore and connect with other scholars. We'll find time and I will show you how that functions. Apologies for the ups and downs, but yes, we're here to make it happen and surely we will do our best to make it happen. So please enjoy your lunch and let's come back in 25 minutes, please.
Also locate Roderick and please mute him. Roderick, can you unmute yourself, please?
Yeah, thank you very much. Welcome back, dear participants. I hope you had a very restful break. 30 minutes, not enough, but you can at least stretch your feet. So we are welcoming you back to the afternoon or second session of our conference, which is a bootcamp. So the next activity on our agenda is to go in the group we had yesterday, the same group. And in the group, we will be having, how do you call it, a group activity to write a proposal. But before that, we will listen to one of our speakers. So it will bring us through how to write a proposal, a winning proposal. So that is after that one, the group session will come, and later on we have the group presentation. So that's what we are going to have this afternoon. So our presenter, our speaker is a senior lecturer at the Department of Surgery, Olabisi Onabojo University, and is also an honorary consultant pediatric surgeon to the Olabisi Onabanjo University Teaching Hospital, Sagamu, Ogun State in Nigeria. He is involved with clinical and academic research with sub-specialization in surgical conditions that affect children from the fetus to adolescents. He also has published several local, national, and international articles. and in high-level journal with good impact factor. Our speaker also has participated in many collaborative at local, national, and international research activity. And let us welcome Dr. Nwokoro. Is part of the ASFI General Assembly, and he occupies the position of the chairman of the senior sub-assembly. Dr. Collins, are you with us? Dr. Collins, please.
Yeah, Dr. Collins, you can unmute yourself. You have the right to do that. Please unmute yourself and let's have your presentation. I think he's having network problem. It's like he just left the, wow.
While waiting for him, dear participants, the speaker will bring us through the process of writing a proposal, a winning proposal. And after his presentation, please, during the presentation, take notes, because we are going to apply what he will teach us, what he will share with us in a breakout groups. So take notes. And we will apply to write a proposal, and we have also a panel that will evaluate the proposals that we will be sharing with the participants here. And there is an award for the best proposal. So Dr. Collins, please, are you ready?
Yes, I think he's back. Dr. Collins, can you unmute yourself? You are muted. Dr. Collins, I can see you. Can you unmute yourself?
Hello, Mr. Jerry.
Oh, okay, go ahead, please. Yeah, you have the floor.
Okay,
Yeah,
can
you have the floor.
Can you see my screen?
Not yet. You are not sharing your screen yet.
Oh, okay. Okay, let me. Hello, can you hear me? Are you with me?
Yes, we are, but we can't see your screen.
Yeah, so I'll start for this. Rare privilege to participate in ASFI activities and events.
Dr. Collins, I think you're having an internet, maybe network problem from your end, because we cannot hear you. We cannot hear you, and you are muted, and your screen is not showing. We can't see your screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then
Please, please.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you, but the network is bad from your
Can you hear me?
Can you share your screen? Let's be sure we can have that. Oh, fantastic. So I don't know if we can remain this way to be good.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, you can see, yeah, we're okay now. You can see my screen.
Yes,
That's
we can see your screen.
All right, I can go ahead.
Yeah, you can go ahead. You have the floor.
A proposal is a well thought out plan for implementation of a research or development project. It can also be defined as an essential marketing document that helps to cultivate an initial professional relationship between an organization and a donor over a project to be implemented. The proposal outlines the plan of the implementing organization or project, giving detailed information about the intentions for implementing it. the ways to manage it, and the results to be expected. A proposal may also be a prerequisite for writing a thesis or dissertation for the acquisition of a master's or PhD degree after completing the prescribed academic and research conditions as stipulated by the awarding institution or university. The proposal has a framework that establishes ideas formally for a clear understanding of the research project or business. Therefore, a proposal contains clear statements that are conceived ideas for starting a research work, business interest, or project implementation, from ideas to proposal and to implementation. Basic information of what should be inside a proposal outlined below. A proposal should be understandable to pass a clear message to the target audience. It should be feasible using available resources, which include time, funds, infrastructure, such as laboratory equipment, researcher capacity, and availability of other essential amenities such as light and water. We must, in writing research proposals, we must avoid copy and paste and use of artificial intelligence. Basic components of a proposal. Private foundation proposals differ greatly from most general proposals. While foundations often outline particular formats that they prefer, they also include more spaces regarding the structure of proposal narratives. It's better to put your proposal to align as closely as possible to the funder's program's stated mission without going far away from your research interest. Further, if there is a published list of judges, reviewers available, as is usually the case for scientific reviews, so it's better you try to compose a proposal so that it suits the interest of one of the judges in the judge's expertise. Types of proposal. We have research proposal, project proposal, business proposal, thesis, and PhD proposal, and dissertation proposal. So I'm going to dwell more on research proposal. So that's the emphasis on my topic. What is research? A research is the process of searching for answers to a problem of community concern. The problem could be existing somewhere or imagined for the purposes of inventions and discoveries. Tips for preparing good research proposal. To write a good research proposal must be practical. The writer should be persuasive and aim for clarity and plan before starting the write-up. A research proposal needs to show how your work fits into what is already known on the topic or subject, and what new paradigm or additions that will be added to the literature, while specifying the questions that the research will answer and establishing its significance and the implications of the answer. All right. So a research proposal needs to show how. So a research proposal needs to show how your work fits into what is already known and about the topic, and what new paradigm will add to the literature. The proposal must be capable of convincing the evaluation committee about the credibility, achievability, practicality, and possibility of the research design. 4 categories of audience with different expectations may be present in the evaluation committees, namely academic colleagues, policymakers, practitioners, and all lay audiences who evaluate the site proposal. The proposal must be capable of convincing the evaluation committee. Purposes of research proposal. For academics, it may be to get funding for the research. For students, it's a requirement for graduation. A research proposal can also serve to demonstrate why your project is well pursued to a funder, educational institution, or supervisor. Aims of research proposal, relevance. Your research proposal must show your reader why your project is interesting, original, and important. In the context, it must demonstrate your comfort and familiarity in your field. The approach must make a detailed case for your methodology. Achievability must show your ability to achieve the aims and objectives of research within the timelines and available resources. Generation of research hypotheses. Hypotheses are tentative guesses to the possible research outcomes testable statistically, stated in the positive, which is known as alternative, or negative, the null hypothesis. It tells or defines the nature of your study in line with stated objective. Every hypothesis or research question stem from objective. One objective can have more than one hypothesis. That's a compound. A statement of the types of problems to be addressed in order to come up with solutions to be simple and easy to understand by most people in the discipline and society. It should also be clear and logical, make sense, scientific sense, and socioeconomic sense. Should be based on real situations and not imagination, except intended for discoveries. Specific objectives should be available to be achievable within their EMAG time frame, using the resources outlined in the fund, human and laboratory and other resources. Type of hypothesis. No hypothesis designated by HO or HN, pronounced as HO or HNO. Alternative hypothesis designated by H1 or HA. The degree of challenge to the hypothesis will depend on the type of problem and importance. It can range from seeking just good enough solution to a more rigorous challenge. Special consideration goes to the null hypothesis. This is due to the fact that the null hypothesis relates to the statement being tested, whereas the alternative hypothesis relates to the statement to be accepted if and when the null hypothesis has been rejected. The final conclusion, once the test has been carried out, is given in terms of the null hypothesis. Types of research: explanatory research, exploratory research, descriptive research, historic research, quantitative research, qualitative research, mixed methods research, advanced research, applied research, and the fundamentals research. Exploratory research utilizes various types of experimental designs to compare two or more conditions of interest. Different designs offer varying levels of results to establish cause and effect between interventions. So this both address efficacy and effectiveness. Exploratory research observational designs are used to examine a phenomenon of interest and explore it in population and communities. And using principles of epidemiology, health researchers examine associations to describe and predict risk and present preventive strategies for certain conditions. Explorative methods can also be used to establish associations between variables and to carry out methodological research to assess validity and reliability. Descriptive research. In descriptive research, the researcher attempts to describe a group of individuals on a set of variables. To document characteristics, descriptive research may involve the use of questionnaires, interviews, direct observations, or the use of databases. Descriptive research data allows researchers to classify and understand the scope of clinical or social phenomena, often providing the basis of further investigations. Historical research reconstructs the past to generate questions or suggest relationships or historical interests to inform contemporary perspective. Quantitative research deals more with questions and objectives. In the experiment, the use of hypotheses are more frequent and represent comparisons between variables and relationships between variables. Guiding questions include what will be the type of study to be done? Is it field experiment, laboratory, demographic study, which will require the development of a protocol? Where will it be done? Site characteristic, laboratory conditions, and you briefly describe biophysical, socioeconomic, and environmental features and conditions that may affect the study findings. Example, geographic location, climate, soils, natural vegetation, main activities, timelines, and duration of study. What would be the study factors? Treatment, what would be their structures? What would be the design used and why? How many representatives would you consider? How many times will the study be repeated? What exactly will be done for each activity in terms of tools and procedure? What would be the precautions taken to ensure accuracy? And what would be the routine practice outside study factors? What data sets will you collect? How will you collect and measure each of them? Now, there will be no need to describe routine or public procedures for data collection or analysis. This can only be cited. How many times will each data set be collected? You have to give time intervals. How will samples be taken, handled, or processed? How will laboratory analysis be done? You have to provide own procedures and site routine procedures, but describe any adjustment made to routine and known procedures. How will the data be analyzed statistically? Justify choice of analytical tool to clarify to the readers. Usually, the field design matches with the analytical option. Sometimes combinations of statistical analytical options may be necessary. It is also important to explain other unique data exploitations and manipulation procedures. For example, transformation, trend analysis, and correlations. Describe the mean separation tools used. The use of research questions as opposed to objectives and hypotheses is more frequent in qualitative research. Characteristics of qualitative research include use of words, what or how, specify whether the study discovers, seeks to understand, explores, or describes the experiences. Use of non-directional words in the question. This question describe rather than relate variable or compare groups. The questions are under continual review and reformed, and informations continue to evolve and change during the study. The questions are usually open-ended without reference to the literature or theory. Mixed research methods is a combination of quantitative and qualitative research methods. Advanced research methods describe the many ways researchers conduct formal scholarly research, investigate a research problem, or seek to prove a hypothesis. There are many different advanced research methods which are used to conduct advanced research. This includes originating with a research question or problem, starting with a clear articulation of a goal, creating specific plans for proceeding, dividing the problem into smaller and more manageable sub-problems. Leading with the specific research question is the hypothesis, explaining the assumptions of the researcher, starting with the hypothesis, the collection and interpretation of data, which results in further questions and new tangents for further research. Data may be grouped into four main types based on methods for collection: observational, experimental, simulation, and derived. Applied research refers to a system research that seeks to solve practical problems. This type of research plays an important role in solving everyday problems that often has an impact on life, work, health, and overall well-being. This type of research can be used in a variety of ways. It's why fundamental research is just to generate a body of knowledge to understand certain natural or social phenomena for causes of their occurrence. and to provide certain principles of theories, and it's also known as basic or pure research. The knowledge generated is used to solve certain present or future problems. What should be included in a research proposal? A standard research proposal should be about 2,000 to 3,500 words, or 4 to 7 pages long, and should contain the following: the title should give a clear indication of your proposed research approach or key question. Background and rationale to include the background and issues of your proposed research. Identify your review, short literature review, which will be a summary of the key debates and developments in the field. Research question or hypothesis should be formulated very clearly, giving an explanation as to what problems and issues are to be explored and where they are worth exploring. Research methodologies should provide an outline of the theoretical resources to be drawn on, the research approach, theoretical framework, the research methods appropriate for the proposed research, discussion of advantages as well as limits of particular approaches that have been chosen. There should be a plan to work and time schedule. This will include an outline of the various stages and corresponding timelines for developing and implementing the research, including writing of the thesis. And there should be also a bibliography, a list of references to key articles and texts used within the research proposal, and a selection of sources, that are appropriate to the conduct of the proposed research. In drawing my conclusion, I would say that research proposals to communicate the researcher's knowledge of the field and convey the details of the methods and designs. The proposal should follow a discernible logic from the introduction to the presentation of the appendices. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Collins. Thank you. Yeah, in your presentation, you brought us through the basic requirements for a very good proposals. And you told us that we have a different type of proposal, but as a researcher, as researchers, our target here is research proposals, where we need a research question before. So you also give us the components in terms of outline of research proposal. Thank you very much for your brilliant presentation. And we are really happy to have you. Thank you. So please, let us upload Dr. Collins for his brilliant presentation. So I want to see your hands. Great, 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 great. More hands. Okay, thank you very much, dear participants. So let me invite Dr. Jerry.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much, Roderick. Thank you so much, Dr. Collins, for your presentation. This is one of an important section for this conference. So yesterday we were able to share ourselves into groups, and then we're going to implement what we have done. So what are we doing in our groups? We have an hour to break out to that group. So what are we going to do? You are to choose a theme from our conference for this year. So what you're going to do is to choose a theme, identify a problem in that theme, title the problem, identify the methodology that you can use, who are the beneficiaries of that particular problem that you provide a solution, So we expect, once you go to your group, to prepare a proposal. The proposal should emanate from one of the teams that we have suggested, and you are conversant with those teams. And I wish, Dr. Jibola can actually drop those teams on the charts so that we can be able to work on that. So I said again, or we can have a flash on that. You are to identify a team for this year conference. Once you identify a team, identify a problem that you want to solve in that team. The next is to title the problem. Identify the methodology. That is to say, what do you want to do? Why do you want to do it? How will you do it? Who will benefit from this, what you want to do? You know, and that is very, very important to do that. But before we go into that, we're going to be having Q&A. It's possible people are having some agitation in their minds on some questions that could help you to do better in your group work. So I'm not sure. I just want to be sure what I say is very clear. Identify a team for the conference, identify a problem, title the problem, tell us the methodology you're going to use, who are going to benefit from this work. Then after your work, you prepare a synopsized form of the proposal. We'll return back to this platform and the leader will present that proposal on the platform. We have judges who have been given the criteria to be able to appraise what they have done. It is based on the appraisal that we will pick the best out of it. And by and large, we anticipate that this proposal will be taken further after this conference because Dr. Bright is willing to fine-tune those proposals to see how we can place them where it is appropriate. So, but before we go to our breakout groups, you know, yesterday we couldn't have the time to do that. So you are expected to go back to the room that you were yesterday, not for the breakout session for oral abstracts, right? But for the second one that we did, you know. So already some have already put their names, some have already even created a WhatsApp platform. So we're going to use that particular platform. But before we go, I'm very quite sure that some people have questions to ask, and we would love to actually entertain those questions before we move into our breakout session. So all right, I'm having Timothy Adeyemi. All right, let's have Timothy Adeyemi. Let me see if we can be able to. Timothy, please, can you unmute yourself and let's have a question.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. First question is, how long do we have for this task?
Okay.
The second question is, in what can we present our proposal in our own agreed format, or is there a format that's required of us?
Okay, how long will this? Actually, this particular session, just a minute, we are supposed to go out for the break session by 1:15 GMT, 1:15. But obviously this is 1:15. So I think we are on course. We are on course. It's just supposed to be for an hour. So you have one. Hello. You are to have 1 good hour for this particular breakout session. So I think you have some time to be able to bring them together. Yeah, so we just want a synopsized form of a proposal, not a full proposal, because 1 hour is not enough to have a good proposal. So just a synopsized form, at least have a problem to solve that can be traceable to the team in Africa. Tell you the title of that particular problem you want to solve. Why do you want to solve it? And these are the things that's supposed to be there. The problem to be solved, the title, why do you want to solve it? Of what importance is it in Africa? How do you want to solve this problem? Who are the beneficiaries for this problem? You know, then other things you can add to it. But these few key points I've mentioned should be eminent in whatever you're going to prepare. I don't know if that question is attempted. Okay, I think I can see Zacchaeus. Okay, let me just
Hello.
You may want to go.
I want to, you are here to answer the question asked by Timothy Adeyemi that what is the format? You just highlighted the expected content, but what is the format? So that even the judges will be, might be something. You have a kind of template they will use to judge each group. There should be a general format so that every group member or group will follow the format. That one will help the judges to do their work effectively. That is what my brother is referring to.
Oh, Dr. Zacchaeus, did you hear? So the element, I've mentioned the element that should be in the proposal I'm going to write. Maybe I should repeat myself again. Number one, select a team from our conference. Number two, identify a problem that can be traceable to the team. The problem should be focused in Africa. The next is I give it a title. Why is this problem important to be solved? Who will be the beneficiary of this particular problem? How would the problem be solved? Then other things can follow. I've mentioned about 5 important things that should be visible in the proposal. So this is not a full proposal. So let's just have a brief version of this, having those elements together, then we can now develop that later. Zacchaeus, I think we're good. Your hand is still up. I'm sure that should be fine. Okay, are we good to go? If what I said is very clear, can I have our hands indicated in that platform, just to be sure that what I said is very clear? I can repeat myself again if that's not clear, but let me just be sure that somebody actually understood what I said. Okay, I just have 2 hands, thumbs up. It is clear, fantastic. It is clear. Thank you so much for the assurance that that's very much clear. Okay, all right, thank you so much. So you have an hour from now. Please, we have the sub teams? Okay, that was dropped before. The sub team was dropped before now. Dr. Jibola, I suggest that, okay, all right, okay. So I think the Dr. Brad is saying that we shouldn't restrict it to just the team. All right, as long as it's relevant to, let's do anything that can impact relevant to African context. But what is very key is that the problem should be solved in Africa. So you may not be limited to do that. Yeah, it may not be limited to. All right, Dr. Bright, please, can you just give a final word before we move to the breakout session?
All right, thank you, Dr. Kwabai and Dr. Nwokoro for the presentation. I think it would be good for our participants to observe that what we have heard this afternoon, which is an important area for any researcher. What Dr. Nwokoro has given us is a very big skeleton of what research proposal is about. But in basic terms, I think it is a document that outlines what you will be doing, how you will be doing it, all right? What you'll be doing and how you'll be doing it. So it should clearly identify the problem you want to solve. It should highlight why it is actually a problem. And as we emphasize in ASFI, it is important to also highlight why it is a problem for Africa. In some other contexts, you may want to define why is a problem in the context you are based. And then once you have identified why it is a problem, you begin to find a way to formulate strategies to address it. And those strategies will include how you actually collect information to understand that problem. How do you go out there, design processes that will allow you to capture those information or to collect the various data and then use that to address the question, the problem you want to solve. So that is a very simple way of looking at it. It's not as simplistic, but that is a simple way of looking at it. I think what we are trying to do this afternoon is to move you from where you were yesterday by finding somebody to collaborate. And with the team you have formed there now, or the group you have formed, you can then begin to define a problem. Why I said it should not be restricted to the conference themes is to open up your mind, think about what are problems in Africa that within your group you can have a consensus to address it. So a full proposal is not required from you. Even the idea of what it is, you can think of the idea, and then you can make a skeleton of how you want to deal with that idea. So when you do that, within 1 hour is not enough to do much, but you can brainstorm on the idea. We'll work with the evaluation committee to focus on evaluating the idea, the feasibility of it, and we see which ideas can become can be developed more. Okay, so do what you can within the next 1 hour you are being sent out. It's not aimed at you develop a full proposal, but we want to take this further from what we had yesterday, how you can collaborate to do something that is good. And this idea you're going to work on should be relevant to African situation. All right. If you have any question, I think we'll have a couple of minutes. I can address that. But we have in ASFI, we have a number of courses that touch on this issue of proposal writing. We have a course tomorrow. We are going to show some of the plans for next year. If you want to join some of those courses, that'll be important. We'll have a course we call Research Quality, Productivity, and Impact. That course is very important. If you are young in your research, even if you are old in your research, it takes you from how to formulate a question, not just a question, but impactful question. Okay, there are questions that are impactful, meaning that they have relevance, they can solve some problems in the society. And it will take you to how to collect data, how to plan the analysis, how to analyze, even until publishing. So that is an important course. Another one is the one we are planning for January, reproducibility in scientific research. That is very, very fundamental course that is important. Another one is systematic reviews and meta-analysis. And that one is a multidisciplinary course because regardless of any field you find yourself. That's a course you need to lay your hands on. It will change your mindset. It will help you to increase efficiency. And then on the other spectrum of the research, funding, research funding, we have that one. And that one is all running at the moment. And then we have the art of scientific writing and data analysis we have there. So the proposal is the first thing that actually you need to do to get your research underway. So please be excited about it and think of big ideas. I believe that we will hear good presentations after the 1 hour you have. Over to you, Dr. Kwabai.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Bright. So I think this is 14 to 1:14. So by 1:15, in the next 2 minutes, we can even start right away. You have an hour, so we are expected to be back here by by 2:15, right? That's correct. 2:15. Okay, I can see a chart here. So you have an hour from now. Just a minute, a chat. Which group can I join? Okay, so yesterday we were grouped, and I did say that please remember your group number or your room number so that you can join your room number now. So we are going to project the groups so that you just tap the group which you belong and join. Some group have already created a platform already. Yeah. So maybe if you join, yes, Doc.
Dr. Kabaya, I think those who were not here yesterday or couldn't join any group, perhaps they can join any of the groups there.
Yes, they can. Please join any other group that you feel you want to join. So from there, they can tell what to do. Already there are groups where they know that we have leaders, so the leaders know themselves. So please, leaders, once we get in there, take charge of the group and let's begin to work. Okay, I can see group 5 have sent their WhatsApp group. You could just click, if you're in that group, click the WhatsApp and join them. And then the breakout rooms are there already. So just tap in there and join the group. We'll be back by 2:15 p.m. So if you don't have a group, you could just join another group. If you were already here yesterday, just join any group that you feel you want to join. I don't have a group. Please join Brenda, join any group. Professor Brenda, please join another group you want to join. We have one group 1 to 5. So you can join any other one you want to pick that. So when I'm returning back, we're having a report from the groups led by the leaders of each of the groups. Martha, you could see the link just beneath, above, you see the rooms to join. So were you in any group before yesterday, Martha? Were you in any group? Want to reply the chat to be sure? Then we could reassign you. No. Okay. So what group do you want to join? Any group? Okay, any group. All right. So let me just location and see if we can draw opportunity. So group 3 then. Oh, Marta, you are actually in group 3. I dropped you in group 3. I'm not sure you can hear me any longer. You're in group 3. No, we don't have any group link. You are just to join any group. So do you have a group? Brenda, do you have a group before now? Do you have any group before now? No. So can I attend to any group? Oh, fantastic. So I'll just look at that and do that right away. Let's see. Group 1.